Good evening and welcome to this 2021 Candidates Forum featuring candidates for the Aurora City Council in Ward 1. I'm Kevin Hogan, President of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Our organization, along with the Aurora Women's Club, the Centennial Colorado, the League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas County, Channel 9 News, and Telemundo Denver, are pleased to sponsor tonight's forum. There are many critical challenges facing Aurora, along with abundant opportunities. We believe these forums present the best opportunity for voters to listen to the candidates and hear their different perspectives on a range of issues. Our hope is that informing voters will help them make the best choices possible in selecting the men and women that will sit on the Aurora City Council. The decisions City Council makes will affect our community for years to come. Now it's my privilege and my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this forum from Aurora's Women's Club, Cheryl Derman. Cheryl?
Thank you for that introduction, Kevin. I really appreciate it. This forum is just one of 4 that our organizations are sponsoring this election season. They all feature the candidates running for seats on the Aurora City Council. As Kevin mentioned, in this session, we are featuring the candidates running for the Ward 1 council seat. The format for tonight's forum will include questions that I will ask on behalf of all of our sponsors, as well as questions directly from our media representatives. During this forum, those media representatives include Kara Mason, Managing Editor with Sentinel Colorado, Marshall Zellinger, political reporter with 9 News, and Sergio Ornelas, a multimedia journalist with the Telemundo Denver. We know our media representatives have many insightful questions ready for our candidates this evening, and we thank them for joining us. And now it's time to meet our candidates. There are 3 candidates running for Ward 1, and 2 are joining us this evening. Our first candidate is Bill Gondras. He and his family arrived in Aurora in 1992. After being reassigned to Korea, he returned to assignment at the Fitzsimmons Army Medical Center as a chaplain's fund manager with the U.S. Army Chaplaincy Regiment. After retiring from the Army, Mr. Gondras spent another 16 years as a hospital chaplain. While living in Ward 1, he's taken on several community service projects, most revolving around the beautification of local neighborhoods, and he's served on a variety of local boards and committees today. Gondras is an educator at Kenton Elementary School. Crystal Murillo is a lifelong resident of Aurora and graduated from Smoky Hill High School in 2011. She continued on to the University of Denver, where she was the first in her family to earn a bachelor's degree. Ms. Murillo continues to serve her alma mater today as a diversity coordinator. She was the youngest and first Latina to be elected to the Aurora City Council in 2017. While serving on council, Ms. Murillo has served on several boards and commissions as a local government representative. A third candidate, Scott Leva, is also running for the Ward 1 seat, but he was unfortunately unable to join us this evening. Those are our candidates for Ward 1 council seat. Before we begin with opening statements, I would like to let our candidates know exactly how the questions will proceed this evening. I will be asking some questions to all candidates on behalf of the sponsors, and candidates will each have 1 minute to respond. Candidates will also be receiving questions for our media representatives, and once more, they will each have up to 1 minute to respond. I would like to remind the candidates to pay close attention to our timekeepers. For the opening and closing statements and answers to all questions, they will signal when there are 30 seconds remaining, 15 seconds remaining, and when time is up. We will now begin with 90-second opening statements from our candidates, starting with Bill Gondras. Bill?
Good evening. My name is Bill Gondras, and I'm running for Ward 1, Aurora City Council. And as a working representative, I have a vision to see Ward 1 become the safest ward in the city, and a vision to see adequate housing for everyone, and a vision for my businesses to be thriving and to be access to everyone. I will listen and respond to my constituents and do what they have me to do. I will have a heart for my constituents, and I will learn and listen all the time. As a working resident, I wrote many grants of cleaning the alleyways for 5 years and got awarded the grants. I held town hall meetings with apartment building dwellers on behalf of their landlords, and I initiated the Blockmeister program, which is a cleaning program of over 200 volunteers. As your candidate, I walked over 4,000 different homes, streets, and visited 95% of the businesses. Thank you.
Boy, your feet must be really tired. And now, Crystal Murillo, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Murillo. Thank you all for being here and for the opportunity to share about the work I've done over the last 4 years. I'm running for re-election to represent Ward 1 to build on the progress that we've made on the negative issues facing our community. I have been unapologetic and a staunch advocate for our community, fighting for livable wages, justice, and affordable housing, and a city that works for you. Housing policy has been one of my main priorities because, frankly, we know how important it is. When I was chair of our housing committee for 3 years and quickly realized we had no policy, staff, or data to implement any meaningful change. So I had to build that from the ground up. I led the effort to create our first ever housing strategy for the city of Aurora. In 2020, the city created their first ever housing department. We are now at a time where we can start to attack these issues head on. I also support policies around an economy for all. I've facilitated job creation, over $1 million in grants, over $450,000 for safer streets, cleaner streets, and safer pedestrian crossing, justice for all, supporting our LGBTQ+, immigrant rights, and police reform. But above all, I want to impart that I've kept the promises I've made back in 2017, and I'm proud of the progress we've made. We've still got a lot to go, and I hope I can earn your vote once more. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for your very interesting statements. Homelessness is a problem affecting many cities, including Aurora. What is your position on the homeless issue, and what can or should the city do about it? So I would like to ask Crystal to start, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So homelessness, we had a crisis before COVID, but COVID has made that worse. To that effect, I have created, again, I mentioned that housing plan. The problem is that we didn't have anything. We're the third largest city and had no plan, no direction about what we needed to do. What we need to do moving forward is to continue to work that plan. We need to invest in strategic land acquisitions around things like the RTD station, for example, so that people can transition into affordable housing and have access to that. We've also been able to set up things specifically to address the homeless situation, like safe camping, safe overnight parking, We've had 3 times the volume of complaints, but not 3 times to the staff. To that effect, this next budget cycle, I advocated and successfully got a full-time position to address those concerns. And I'm looking forward to spending some of that $64 million federal dollars towards this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murillo. And now, Bill Gondris.
I have a homeless plan that I have devised, and that's going to affect every resident and every businesses in this city. And this homeless plan is going to be a campaign on behalf of the homeless to take care of the homeless problem, not the systemic symptoms of the problem, but the root of the problem, to give them back dignity, to give them back hope that they need, to help them help themselves. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you very much, both of you, the candidates. I'll have more questions for you a bit later, but now we'll move to some questions from our media representatives. As before, each candidate will have 1 minute to answer. We'll begin with our media questions with Sentinel Colorado's Cara Mason.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to, dive a little deeper on housing policy, specifically in Ward 1, which has traditionally had some of the most attainable housing options in the city, but even their rents and housing prices are at record highs. What specific policy would you like to see maybe implemented in your first year on council or in re-election to address that problem specifically? Mr. Gondris, we'll start with you.
Okay, it's hard to understand what you're saying with the mask on. So can you restate the question without the mask on?
I'm not going to take my mask off this evening, I'm sorry. Can you state a specific policy around affordable housing that you would like to implement within your first year on council?
Okay, Colorado has no affordable housing. Affordable housing is expensive enough for higher middle class. So there is no such real thing as affordable housing. I propose attainable housing, that everybody has a right to have some kind of housing to keep out of the weather, to be able to defecate privately with dignity, and to be able to live and prosper. So that's my answer to that.
I mean, is there a specific policy, a change that you would like to see?
Specific policies to what?
To make housing more affordable and keep it as affordable as you can in Ward 1?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand her question.
Do you have any policies that you would suggest?
No,
Okay.
not for affordable housing. I do for attainable housing.
Thank you. Ms. Murillo?
Yes, so like I said, housing has been what I've been focusing on. I'd love to see us expand more opportunities for people. So we need to attack this in 2 ways. We need to keep people housed. We have done a really great job to support with rental assistance, especially during COVID. It is infinitely it's easier and cheaper from a fiscal standpoint to keep people in their homes. We also need to expand the options that we have related to housing. So we need to create more potential zoning changes, but not just zoning to increase density. We need to ensure that in those zoning changes and policies that there is income levels at all levels, right? We can't just have luxury developments in a ward that has makes $20,000 less than the average of the city overall. Nobody here is going to be able to afford those places.
Thank you.
Mr. Gondris, I don't want to belabor this topic, but you've been asked a question, and in your intro you said something about how you have a campaign to solve homelessness. I haven't heard how. It costs money or partnerships. So what is the answer?
Okay, I've talked to many residents as I'm walking the streets of over 4,000 residents, and I've talked to them about ideas and what we can do. And what we came up with is a campaign, like a political campaign, but a campaign on behalf of the homeless to raise funds for donations. Residents have already told me that they give me the green light and that they will be willing to donate funds if the city had a nonprofit organization that wouldn't take any of the funds and grant the funds to the housing director and the homeless program director as needed.
How do you do that as a city council person? What kind of motion or what kind of proposal is that?
What kind of proposal is that?
How do you get city council to vote on, what is the thing that city council would vote on that would achieve that?
Well, I propose using the Spirit of Aurora organization as the outlet and management of that.
I appreciate the answer. Ms. Murillo, I think people in Aurora might drive around and see what's going on with homelessness and people experiencing homelessness and say, what you've done so far hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So what have you done that has worked, and why can I drive around and maybe say that it hasn't?
Yeah, so, I empathize with people and the frustration people have. Again, COVID has increased the volume 3 times as much as year-to-date last year. So when we actually look at policy solutions, what I did is I spoke to our staff to find out what that looks like. Realized that nobody had asked them. There was a bottleneck in the volume, just in the volume of complaints. We had 3 times the amount of complaints, but we did not have 3 times the amount of staff. So we're going to start there. I mentioned in my intro, in this next budget cycle, I got approval for a full-time position to address just that initial bottleneck. We have $64 million from the federal government coming in COVID relief. I also advocated for a public process. There's a survey out now that you all can take to give input on where we spend that money. I hope that we are able to allocate that towards affordable housing because it does cost money. We have a great plan, but a plan's only as good as the amount of resources you're able to put towards it. Thank you.
I apologize to the timekeepers for probably messing up the time on that.
Okay, and now another question from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver. Sergio?
Hi, good evening. I'm going to switch a little gear. Aurora is known for its diversity that welcomes immigrants from every part of the world. If elected, what will be you doing to connect and reach the minorities, our communities here in the city of Aurora?
Is that directed to me first?
Yes, Ms. Mario, yes.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what was your name?
Sergio.
Sergio, thank you. So how are we going to, I'm just rephrasing, I hope this isn't starting my time. How would we engage our minority populations in our decision-making? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, so the city of Aurora is actually one of the few cities in the nation to have an immigrant integration plan. Part of that includes a language access plan. All of my town halls, monthly town halls, include translation services, accessibility for folks to come with their children to eat dinner, to have a conversation. So kind of at a bare minimum, we need to make sure that we're even speaking the right language. I think we also need to be creative in how we partner with our community-based organizations. Ward 1 has a robust network of nonprofit organizations, and they're really good at talking to the groups that these marginalized communities that too often get left behind out of these larger systems. So things like healthcare, we have an abundance of groups that have built trusting relationships. We need to tap into them to be able to disseminate factual information about what's going on in the city, and I have partnered with these organizations over the past 4 years.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you?
I would, number one, start integrating the city boards more ethnically diverse to properly represent the ethnicity of the city, especially in Ward 1, which is the most ethnic diverse ward in the city. 2, I would work with the fire department and recruit more ethnicity folks in the fire department and the police department in the academies to further represent the citizens that they're policing and they're serving and they're taking care of.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. And now another question from Kara Mason.
Yes, thank you. On January 1st, Denver's minimum wage will increase to $15.87, while Aurora's will remain on par with the state. which is currently $12.32. Should Aurora change its minimum wage to keep up with Denver? Mr. Gondres, we'll go with you first.
Absolutely not. Not at this period in time. It's, we always say there's a right time and a right place for something to happen. At this particular time, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. And now is not the time to be stressing our businesses out with their employees' minimum wage increases.
Thank you. Ms. Mario?
The cost of living was exorbitant before COVID. Wages were stagnant. And so people who make minimum wage in Aurora cannot actually afford to live here. So we absolutely need something to be doing, to do something about our minimum wage. And I really dislike the notion that somehow advocating for people and workers of these small businesses is somehow a negative thing. Livable wages allow people to plan, save, and to have more money to spend and boost our economy. So having more income is not the problem. As the candidate endorsed by the largest labor union in the metro area, they trust me to put people first. And to that effect, if a minimum wage was passed, I would work with stakeholders to identify other ways to offset costs. We know that there have been corporations that have profited in the midst of a global crisis. So perhaps fees associated with that to support our small businesses, negotiating small business spaces for small business owners, and diverting some of that $64 million in federal funding towards our small businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. And now another question from Marshall Zellinger.
Ms. Murray, I'll start with you. Aurora Police stopped Elijah McClain in Ward 1, if my mapping is correct, of where the borders of Ward 1 and Ward 2 are. That incident led to multiple investigations, including the most recent report by the Attorney General's office. That report concluded that some Aurora police officers use racially biased policing. One, do you agree with that? And two, what conclusions of any of the investigations trouble you the most?
That's a big question, and you are correct. That was in Ward 1. So we do need to address crime, but we also need to use data and a community accountability to get those solutions done. To that effect, a 2019 report shared that nearly half of all of the people in Aurora that had the use of force against them were Black, even though they only make up 16% of the population. So I do agree that that's concerning, and we do have a problem. In terms of what we need to do about it, we need to address, well, you specifically asked about the reports. One of the major, outcomes that I think we should really run with, and that's been validated by the policing task force that I supported, was the independent overview board. That is truly independent of our police department. We're seeing a lot of accountability from organizations that don't have any connection or vested interest, and I think it's not surprising. And so that's something at a minimum that we need to work towards, among many other things.
Mr. Gondres, do you agree that Aurora police officers engage in racially biased policing, and what conclusions from the investigations do you find troublesome?
I agree with the judicial decision of that case. We, as a city and the police department, need to learn and progress from this so nobody else gets hurt like Elijah was. And that's my answer to that.
If I may, real quick, Ms. Murillo, did you read the Attorney General's report?
I can't say that I've read every single page. It's a lengthy report. There are several lengthy reports.
Mr. Gondres, the Attorney General's report, had you read that?
I read parts of it, yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Now let's go to another question from Sergio Ornelas.
Let's start with you, Mr. Gondre. Many have cited irregularities and health issues within the Immigration Detention Center in Aurora Ward 1, GEO. Is there anything specific you can do if elected to help address the needs of the community or the families of those detained?
Can you repeat the last part of that?
Is there anything specific you can do if elected to help address the needs of the communities or the families of those detained inside the Immigration Center here in Aurora?
Well, that's a federal center, so that's not under the city's jurisdiction. And they have a contract with a company to take care of the medical stuff that goes with the Aurora Fire Department in case there's a COVID spread or anything such as that, a health issue that might jeopardize the population around that facility. But that's a federal facility, so that's my answer to that.
Ms. Murillo, same question?
And actually, would you mind just repeating that?
Yeah. Many have cited irregularities and health issues within the Immigration Detention Center. Is there anything specific you can do if elected to help address the needs of the community or the families of those detained?
Yeah, so to date, I have supported reporting of communicable diseases to our fire department. That wasn't happening. And and actually to correct the record, it is a private facility. It's a for-profit owned detention facility that contracts with the federal government. And because of that very specific relationship, it's actually been very hard to hold this facility accountable. I've worked with my colleagues thus far over the last 4 years to try to arrive at what accountability looks like. And because it's a privately owned business on private property, because there is a federal contract with that facility, it has been incredibly hard to achieve transparency and accountability locally. I support congressional efforts by Congressman Crow. They visit, their office visits every week. And I think having that transparency is at a minimum what we can do, but I look forward to working with other advocates and other folks who might have different ideas. I feel like we've exhausted every angle at this point, but looking forward to continue working together to protect the safety of these people.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, candidates. We'll be going back to more press questions shortly, but now I have another question for you. My question is, what actions would you propose as a council member to support your local retail and small business is in Aurora? And I'll start with Mr. Gondras.
Okay, like I said, I talked to 95% of the businesses in Ward 1, and I've asked them how I could help them to increase their business situations. And like one particular business is having problems with obtaining good employees to help him with his business, and he's struggling. And he's almost going to throw his hands up and quit his business pretty soon if we don't help him out with that. So businesses are struggling with different situations because of the COVID, and they're seeking federal aid, and they're struggling getting that as well. So the city could do a lot with initiatives to help them out with that.
Thank you. Ms. Murillo, what would you do to help?
Will you just repeat the full question for me one more time?
Okay. As a council member, what would you do to support local retail businesses in Aurora? Local and small business.
Yeah, so, I've been a staunch advocate for our local and small businesses. I've actively been supporting a cooperative kitchen incubator, trying to get them to qualify for, local grants and even federal grants, so that we are being strategic about the different sources of revenue that some of these businesses can obtain. And supporting kind of a shared equity model for a business is strategic because we're using taxpayer dollars to potentially support a type of business that weathers economic downturns better. So I think that is one of the ways. I mentioned also advocating and negotiating for specific small business spaces in new developments. A lot of redevelopment in Ward 1, we need to make sure that that business space is accessible and affordable to businesses as well. I also supported a small business development center satellite specifically in Ward 1 to support our entrepreneurial community and all of the small businesses in the district.
Thank you, candidates. And now we will return to some additional questions from our media representatives, beginning with Sentinel Colorado's Kara Mason. Kara?
Thank you. National issues always seem to trickle down to local government. We've seen the subject of election integrity in the news a lot since November 2020. Do you believe we have fair and free elections? And will you accept the outcome of this election? Ms. Murillo, we'll start with you.
Yes, win or lose, my duty is to serve and work for the constituents of Ward 1. And if the outcome is not in my favor, I will respect that. In terms of voter laws in the city and state, Colorado is known for, nationally, for some of the processes we have. We have mail-in ballots that allow people voting to be more accessible, which I agree with. We should be allowing more opportunities to vote. Same with same-day registration for voting as well. I think that's critical. So working with our county partners to ensure that that is the case, and making sure that the process is fair and equitable, not just in theory, but as we work towards this upcoming election in 5 weeks or so.
Thank you. Mr. Gondres, the same question.
Yes, Colorado is stellar for their voting laws and their voting accuracies. The county clerks do an excellent job from what I can tell and what I can see. So I would abide by whatever election results there is in this particular running, and I don't have a problem with election procedures in the state of Colorado.
Thank you.
And now we'll have Marshall Zellinger ask the next question.
I'm going to ask a yes and no, and then I'm going to follow up with a detailed. I'm getting bad at that, sorry. My yes or no question, Mr. Gondres, did you receive the COVID-19 vaccine?
Yes, sir. I'm retired from the University of Colorado Hospital, and they vaccinated all the employees, and then they vaccinated all the retirees.
Thank you. Ms. Murillo?
Yes, and I waited my turn, right? I wanted to make sure that more vulnerable populations had access to the vaccine before I did, and did my best to social distance and follow all public health guidelines, because after all, I'm not a public health expert, and we need to follow their direction in those decisions.
Yes and no questions got long. Ms. Murillo, I'll start with you with this follow-up. If Arapahoe, Adams, and Douglas County choose to start their own public health departments, or even if 2 of them do, Aurora's caught in the middle with 3 different jurisdictions overseeing Aurora. What can the city do to make public health decisions when Aurora residents are caught in the middle?
So, I definitely want to, again, respect the data behind decision-making, behind our public health officials. We are in 3 counties, so it does make it difficult to coordinate unified decision when it comes to that, especially in light of some of the departures of some of those counties from our Tri-County Health Authority. I think that's part of the case for a potential city and county down the line. Maybe within the next 5 to 10 years, we can start building the infrastructure to get us more towards that efficient, effective, providing that efficient and effective service to our residents. There's 3 different counties, 3 levels of services, and I think we are doing a disservice to our constituencies if we're not being strategic and effective of how we're utilizing that. So to me, the answer is that might be a reason why we move and push towards a city and county.
Mr. Gondres, I'll just shift the question a little bit, but what can the city do when it's caught in the middle of 3 jurisdictions, and do you believe Aurora should become a city and county?
Okay, if the counties fail to provide necessary services for the city, then the state needs to step in. And so the state health department, the city could go to the state health department and say, the county is not taking care of us. What can you do to help us out?
And to the second part, should Aurora become a city and county?
Aurora becomes city and county?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's a quagmire of expenses that the city of Aurora residents would never approve.
Thank you both.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And now Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo.
Let's start with Ms. Murillo, please. One of the reasons why businesses in general are still hurting is because of the lack of employees. What do you think is the key to resolve this issue?
Yeah, and I can imagine how tough it's been for folks who have owned a small business to have your, potential life savings and expertise poured into that to be struggling with an issue like that. I would say we lean on programs like apprenticeship programs, right? Let's work to bolster our public education system. I am a professional in higher education. I work on strategic partnerships with the University of Denver that I work with and community-based organizations, local schools, so that we are creating a robust pipeline from the start of students and education, whether they're in Aurora Public Schools or Cherry Creek School Districts, to get to university or into a trade, right? Our unions have strong apprenticeship programs that we might want to utilize and really take advantage of. They've gotten that right in a lot of ways. So being strategic about how we're building our workforce development here in the city of Aurora and being very robust.
Thank you. Mr. Gondres, same question?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. What do you think is the key to resolve the lack of employees issue, especially among small businesses?
Can you repeat it again?
Yeah. What do you think is the key to resolve the issue of the lack of employees, especially in small businesses?
Okay, why are they in need? Because they need to represent all the residents in Aurora. And there's many, many residents that have disabilities, and that need to be represented as well.
But because of the pandemic, do you think there's anything specific that you would do if elected to resolve to help small businesses attract more employees?
Yes, we could do some city incentives to help the businesses out to attract more employees, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. From the press, the questions. And now I will ask the final question of the evening. And my question is, what unique skills or knowledge do you bring to council, and why should people vote for you? And I'm going to start with Ms. Murillo. Sorry.
So I have demonstrated my ability to work strategically. That's a skill that I believe I possess that makes me unique. Work collaboratively, strategically with my colleagues, whether or not I'm a Democrat, but I've worked with independents and Republicans on our city council, whether we were in the minority or majority. So I think being able to be a strong collaborative communicator, having a cultural understanding. I grew up here. I went through our public schools. I went to the university. I'm a young professional here, being able to really connect with people's lived experiences. I don't believe there's a substitute for having that lived experience. And I've had to pull myself and my family in a lot of ways out of a situation in terms of, pulling ourselves out of poverty. And so being able to empathize and translate that lived experience into policy is what I'm an expert at, in addition to being a strong communicator, facilitator, and getting things done.
So what exact skill, I'm sorry, I apologize, you did say your skills. What would you say to voters to have them vote for you?
Is this our closing statement? Or
No, this is not. This is just
Okay.
my question to you. Why would voters vote for you?
Absolutely. You know what? I made promises in 2017, and I've made good on those. I have been a Ward 1 advocate, bar none. I have advocated for our issues in housing, livable wages, and for justice. And I have a track record to support that. I've worked to implement policing reforms, to support our Asian communities and LGBTQ communities against hate and bigotry. I have implemented policies that address our environment, policies that also support our small businesses, and really a broad range, because we are a complex third largest city, and I've worked my butt off to support you all in Ward 1 and to work collaboratively and make sure that your voices are represented in my decision making. And when we think about the next 4 years, we've laid a strong foundation in housing and environmental policies and small business development, but we won't know where that goes unless we're electing a body that
I think your time's up. I'm sorry.
thank you, prioritizes
Thank you for
those
your
things.
answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Gondres, what skills do you bring, And what would you say to voters to have them vote for you?
Well, I've lived all over the world, and I've lived in different cultures and different societies, and I have experience, years of experience of working with different people. I speak 5 languages, and so for the most diverse most diverse ward that we have, Ward 1, that would be beneficial. I've been working in the ward for years before my opponent even became a councilwoman, and the people in the ward know what I've been doing, cleaning up the ward.
And what specific thing would you say to voters to have them vote for you?
That I love you.
Oh.
I love Ward 1. I got a heart for Ward 1, and I'm dedicated to Ward 1.
Thank you very much, both of
May
you.
I request a rebuttal? I was specifically mentioned in that last bit.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
May I request a rebuttal? A response to that?
Yes. Okay,
Oh,
that
so
could
we're
be
not
in your
allowing that?
closing
Okay.
remarks? Okay, thank you.
I was under the impression that that was going to be allowed, so,
In your closing remarks, thank you.
okay,
So,
that has changed.
thank you, candidates. This concludes the questions and answer portion of the evening's forum. You will each now have the opportunity for a 90-second closing statement. Since you were so eager, I'm going to start with you, Ms. Murillo.
Thank you. So, this campaign, this time on City Council has been around the idea of hope. This year, in particular, has given us so many reasons to lose hope. But in spite of all that we've faced as a city, as a state, as a nation, we've persevered. And I believe that we will continue to do that. Ward 1, you all are resilient. And it's been an honor to be able to represent you. I have laid a foundation for a lot of the policies that I mentioned around housing, around justice, around our economy. And I would like to continue to build on that progress over the next 4 years. So for me, being able to continue that work is really my charge. Regardless of, and I applaud efforts to any constituent who wants to make their community better, but we need somebody who has plans, not just really nice things to say. We need somebody who has proven that they can work across party lines, that they can get work done. I've had several policies pass unanimously where there were naysayers around housing. They didn't believe housing was the work of City Council. Guess what? We have our first ever housing strategy under my leadership, our first ever housing department. So I have a proven track record of the work I'm willing to do, and that's just the beginning. And I want to continue that over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Gondras, your closing statement.
Excuse me. I have the experience, leadership, and integrity to lead Ward 1. I have the experience of leading soldiers into harm's way, of training them. I also worked in 3 different chaplains funds in 3 different countries with 3 different currencies, with audits from the military every year with perfect accountability. I have been a hospital chaplain and provided spiritual help to the staff, the patients, and their family members. I was an educator at Hinckley High School and taught dropout students, and some of them were adults, and we had an 80% graduation rate because of that. I served on many boards, our neighborhood board, budget, water, health and welfare, grants, and traffic. I'm a preschool teacher now, and the number one thing I learned as being a preschool teacher is to have patience with people. So I know how to have patience with people. I also taught delayed learners, teenage children that had first grade minds and teenage bodies, which was a real challenge. I thank you for the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to serve. I will always be a team player, making Aurora stronger together. Thank you.
Well, thank you both very much for your participation in tonight's forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a special thanks to our media representatives from Sentinel, Colorado, 9 News, and Telemundo, Denver, for their participation. I would also like to thank Aurora TV for their coverage of this forum. Thank you. We'd like to remind viewers that this forum, along with other forums we're bringing you, will be repeated on Aurora TV, Comcast Channel 8 and 880 throughout the month of October up to Election Day. Additionally, the forums will be available for viewing on the web anytime at your convenience at auroratv.org. We encourage all voters to know the candidates, know the issues, and exercise your right to be heard by casting your vote. Thank you and good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, and welcome to this 2021 Candidates Forum featuring candidates for the Aurora City Council in Ward 2. I'm Kevin Hogan, President of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Our organization, along with the Aurora Women's Club, Centennial Colorado, the League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas County, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver, are pleased to sponsor tonight's forum. There are many critical challenges facing Aurora, along with abundant opportunities. We believe these forums present the best opportunity for voters to listen to the candidates and hear their different perspectives on a range of issues. Our hope is that informed voters will be helping make the best choices possible in selecting the men and women that sit on the Aurora City Council. The decisions City Council makes will affect our community for years to come. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this forum from Aurora's Women's Club, Debbie Gilliard. Debbie?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here this evening, and thank you so much for that introduction, Kevin. This forum is just one of 4 that our organizations are sponsoring this election season. They all feature the candidates running for seats on the Aurora City Council. As Kevin mentioned, in this session, we are featuring the candidates running for Ward 2 Council seat. The format for tonight's forum will include questions that I will ask on behalf of the sponsors, as well as questions directly from our media representatives. During this forum, those media representatives include Kara Mason, Managing Editor of Sentinel Colorado, Marshall Zellinger, political reporter with 9 News, and Sergio Ornelas, a multimedia journalist with Telemundo Denver. We know our media representatives have many insightful questions ready for our candidates tonight, and we thank them for joining us. And now it's time to meet our candidates. There are 4 candidates running for Ward 2 seat. 3 of them are able to be with us this evening. Robert Hamilton is a native of rural Ohio and made Aurora his home 15 years ago. He graduated from Bowling Green University in 2003 and completed an MBA at the University of Colorado in 2015. Mr. Hamilton has worked as a consultant and has more than 2 decades of experience in financial, operational, and information technology. He also applied to serve as a Ward 2 appointee earlier this year. Brian Lindstrom grew up in Aurora and has always called Aurora home. He attended Aurora Public Schools and today is a civics teacher at Hinckley High School. Mr. Lindstrom has served as a board member on the Aurora Education Association, which he said solidified his desire to serve the community. Before becoming a teacher, Mr. Lindstrom attended the University of Northern Colorado. He previously unsuccessfully ran for City Council seat in Ward 6, but since that time has moved out of Ward 6 and now resides in Ward 2. Our final Ward 2 candidate joining us this evening is Steve Sundberg. He is a longtime Aurora resident and manager of Legends Bar and Grill. He holds degrees from Colorado State University and the University of Phoenix, and currently serves as a member on the Aurora Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and he is the chair of Leadership Aurora. He has served in numerous other volunteer capacities in the past 25 years. Mr. Sundberg also sought an appointment to the Ward 2 Council seat. Our 4th Ward 2 candidate, Jessica Giamalvo, is unable to join us this evening. These are our candidates for Ward 2 Council seat. We will begin in just a minute, but before we start questions, I would like to let our candidates know exactly how the questions will proceed this evening. I will be asking some of the questions on behalf of the sponsors. Each candidate will have 1 minute to respond to the question. Candidates will also be receiving questions from our media representatives, and once more, you will have 1 minute to respond. I would like to ask our candidates to please pay close attention to our timekeepers over here for the opening and closing statements and answers to all questions this evening. Our timekeepers will signal you when you have 30 seconds remaining, 15 seconds remaining, and when your time is up. Now we will begin with 90-second opening statements from each of our candidates. Tonight, we will start with Robert Hamilton.
Thank you. So obviously, Robert Hamilton, you did a fantastic job of setting up my background, so I certainly do appreciate that. So I'll take that and just kind of use it as to why I'm here. By background, for the last 12 years, I'm a fixer. I'm a solutions person. I show up to the most difficult situations, typically within a business environment, and basically find the best way across the organization to find the right answer. The right answer can always vary, but we always end up with the right answer. I view Aurora as a business case. When I look around and I watch what goes on between government as well as just things that are going on in my community, I see a lot of things that could be done better. And I think the gentleman up here with me would probably agree. And the reason why I'm here is because I believe that I can work, again, cross-organization, cross-government, to find the right solutions to the varying and wide array of items that plague this city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lindstrom, please.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lindstrom, and I'm your Democrat for Ward 2. I'm a lifelong Aurora resident. I went through Aurora Public Schools, and now I'm a teacher here in Aurora Public Schools. I teach at Hinckley High School, which is in Ward 2. I grew up from two working-class parents who were able to put me and my sister through college on nothing but a high school diploma. That's not the Aurora we live in anymore. Where I teach, about 15% of my students deal with unstable housing. I have students who have to work till midnight and then show up at 7:30 for class the next day. I have students who have parents who work 2-3 jobs just to make ends meet. And that's why I'm running for city council. We need to tackle our affordable housing crisis. We need to increase our wages to thriving wages, and we need to protect our environment, particularly here in Ward 2, where we've had over 300 wells approved in just the last few years. So again, my name is Brian Lindstrom. I'm the Democrat running for Ward 2. I'm a teacher and lifelong Aurora resident, and I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Sundberg.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Sundberg. Aurora has been a great place to raise a family, have a small business, and I've just enjoyed our quality of life in Aurora. I've enjoyed raising a family. I've got a 21-year-old daughter, a 19-year-old son who grew up in Aurora schools, running Aurora track, went to Rangeview High School. My wife loves Aurora. She's an immigrant from Rwanda, Africa. I met her on a trip to Uganda building homes with Habitat for Humanity, and backpacked into the Congo and was introduced to her. We began a correspondence, and it took 2.5 years to get her here. And she loves America. She loves Aurora. She loves the freedoms that she has here, especially in contrast to where she's come from. So she too, and our family and our business, have enjoyed a quality of life here in Aurora. I've served on a number of boards and volunteered over the last 20+ years, from church deacon to culinary advisory boards and so forth, Leadership Aurora. Aurora has exciting potential and innovation to come, especially in Ward 2, but I think we're at a tipping point for sound leadership that could take us in the wrong direction. I believe my business experience and practical real-life experience in Aurora and on boards will help round out this city council. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. I will now ask the first question of the evening. And here's the question. Are you ready?
Ready? Absolutely.
Okay. Affordable housing is a huge issue across the metro area, including Aurora. What would you do as a council member to address this issue? We are going to begin our answers with Brian Lindstrom.
Thank you. I'm happy to start with this one because this is one of the biggest issues that got me involved in city politics. As I said, 15% of my students deal with unstable housing. So the way we deal with that issue is by using housing first models with wraparound services. Our homeless population, they're, not just people we throw away. They're veterans, they're youth, they're families. Many of them are people fleeing domestic violence. And the policies that are being projected or proposed are heartless, things like camping bans. They are not meeting the needs of our community. And the reality is it costs us less to provide them with housing, with wraparound services, than to continue the status quo. It costs us roughly $40,000 per homeless person, and it would cost us about $20,000 to provide them with housing and wraparound services. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Sundberg.
I think a big aspect of what needs to happen in the future is partnerships. The City of Aurora partnering with builders, developers, nonprofits. I've learned a lot going out, knocking on thousands of doors and interacting with people. Met a lot of great folks, but also just learning. Someone mentioned he'd like to see a parade of homes for attainable and affordable homes. Let's do away with the $1 million plus mansions, and let's get some builders together and let's devise a cul-de-sac of some really cool, innovative things for inexpensive, attainable housing, showcasing smart designs, materials, technology, storage, smart space, smaller lots. I know that the council has tackled the smaller lot issue. Build a neighborhood that might forego the clubhouse, the pool, and water-thirsty grass. There's just a lot of things that can be done. Zoning changes. You look at warehouses that are built. They take a great big warehouse and make it look interesting with architectural design. Why not do that with barracks that the steel industry built for workers back in the day? There's just so many ideas that we could incorporate, but we all need to come together to increase the supply of housing in Aurora at all income levels.
Thank you. Robert Hamilton.
Thank you. I think we're all on the same page as to how and why, or how this may become or why this is an issue. But then we have to answer the question as to how do we fix it. The how to me is actually relatively simple on paper. It's a matter of actually getting it done, and it's eliminating the barriers to affordable or attainable, or as I try to eloquently mention to the Metro Housing Authority, cheap homes. Starting to think a little bit differently about the way we do things currently, and thinking about the way that maybe we should do them. How do we make things cheaper? How do we go through and do mobile home parks, RV parks, items like that? We can certainly do smaller plots of land. That is one option, but we need to be a little bit more creative as well, because it's not just land costs, although that is a huge driver. The how behind it is we have to look at the way, we have to look at zoning changes. One of the things that I'm looking forward to is working with staff to pull apart items in code and try to figure out where we can start saving money, get rid of the government bloat that goes into some of these decisions, and start focusing on ways to make things way more affordable, not just for those sitting here today, but also for those that are looking for homes. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. I'll have more questions for you later. But right now, we're going to move to some questions from our media representatives. As before, each candidate will have 1 minute to answer the question. We're going to begin our media questions this evening with Sentinel Colorado's Kara Mason.
Thank you all for being here tonight. A few years ago, state law gave power to local governments to regulate oil and gas development, which takes place significantly in Ward 2. How do you believe Aurora has handled its new duty, and what would you change, if anything? Mr. Sundberg, we'll start with you.
Well, we know that Colorado has some of the strictest regulations and laws for the extraction of oil and gas, and with the operating manual that was put in place by a couple of council members, that operating manual expands upon those strict regulations and rules. So arguably, a barrel of oil extracted in Aurora is the safest in the world. We can explore a wide variety of energy. I believe natural gas can be a bridge to purely renewable energies. But I think that residents of Ward 2 can rest assured and relax that the regulations that are in place are safe and transparent, and all stakeholders can come and express those when needed.
So you wouldn't change anything?
I would not change anything.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you for the question. I'll piggyback on Mr. Sundberg. The oil and gas manual is 135 pages. That's pretty verbose. That's lengthy. We've got a lot of regulations in there. And to more specifically answer your question, I think one could even argue it might be a little over-regulated. However, what we have in response to that is very, very safe product. I think it's something that we can all appreciate as residents, constituents of Ward 2. I think the only thing I would also add to that is that my focus on the topic would simply be for my constituents. What are their concerns? How do we navigate those concerns, and how do we answer the questions that they may inherently have? Because we are talking about, while we are talking about production, we're talking about something that's also bigger than just Ward 2. So my focus would not necessarily be on what's going on outside of Ward 2 or outside of Aurora. I would focus on what's happening with my constituents, what their concerns are, and then how we can essentially appease or address those with the 135 pages that are in the oil and gas manual. Thank you.
And would you change anything?
At this moment, I'm going to answer no. I was trying to specifically answer your question. I was saying it might even be over-regulated. So when I look at it from a business standpoint, I look at it as efficiencies. There's probably things going on in there that we might be able to get rid of in terms of regulations. But arguably, if there's protections we need to put in place, we obviously can do so for the constituents of Ward 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lindstrom?
Thank you. Yeah, as a teacher, I'd say I'd give it about a D. This summer we had some of the worst regional air quality in the entire country and maybe even the entire world. We absolutely are not doing enough to deal with this problem. I think we need to attack it from both ends, increasing the air and water quality standards to make sure we have strict standards in place for what's already there and then what's possibly there in the future, while also investing in the future, which is green economy. There's a reason why I'm the candidate endorsed by Sierra Club, endorsed by Conservation Colorado. It's because I'm an environmental champion, but I'm also a labor champion because I'm endorsed by DALF as well. Workers know that they can count on me that this transition is going to be a just transition. Thank you.
So if elected, is there one specific policy around oil and gas that you would propose?
Specifically, the wells that are already there, I would increase the air and water quality standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now a question from Marshall Zellinger with 9 News.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the line for simplicity for this one. Mr. Hamilton, the mayor's camping ban died because this seat is vacant. It will no doubt come up again. I think we're at 5 months now when it can come back up. I'm curious, what did you think of the mayor pretending to be homeless ahead of announcing his camping ban idea?
I'm going to do the best I can to answer your question, but so I've had the great fortune of listening to Mayor Kaufman recant that story a few times, and he's markedly consistent, which is always good. I like to focus on the good of what he says. Now, I want to start by saying I would not endorse the camping ban as he brought forth to City Council a few months back. And when assuming I get the position, if he were to essentially bring the same camping ban back to City Council in the same format, I would not want to approve that either. He mentions some good things when he talks about his story, when he talks about his time as a homeless person. And I think that the most important thing that I take from it is it's not a blanket solution. It's not a blanket issue. There are multiple, we're talking about different kinds of people, different stories, different ways that we need to attack homelessness, different ways that we need to attack the camping situation going on in Aurora. And for anyone to sit here and tell you that it's easy and to tell you that there's one answer, I don't necessarily agree with that. Thank you.
Mr. Lindstrom, I know you're going to tell me what you think of the camping ban, but first, what did you think of the mayor pretending to be homeless ahead of announcing his camping ban idea?
So I would say you can't pretend to be homeless. The difference between being on a vacation on an island and being stranded on an island is you know when you're leaving. And he knew walking in that at the end of the week, he had a home to go back to, he had food, he had shelter. So you can't pretend that. So yeah, that's what I think about it. And then what was the second part of that question?
Oh, that was the question, but I
Okay.
assumed you were going to tell me about your thoughts on the camping ban.
A camping ban is you're not banning camping. It's criminalizing homelessness. And it violates the right to survive. Remember, these are veterans, these are children, these are families. And we need to take care of them. We have failed them as a society by allowing them to be homeless. And again, it is cheaper to solve this problem than to continue with the status quo. And a camping ban only adds tens of thousands of dollars with sweeps, with court costs. So it solves our problem if we just end homelessness, and you end homelessness by giving people houses.
Mr. Sundberg, you might have it easiest because you've had some time to mull on this, but you know the question.
Let's see. I don't think it was a stunt on his part. I think he was authentically trying to go out and gain some understanding and empathy towards what's happening out there, based on his answers. It took courage. Would you do it? I wouldn't do it. I would take courage, not to mock the situation, but he gained insight, I'm sure. Perhaps more of us need to go out and interact and feed and hang out and have a beer with the homeless. But I think that with respect to a camping ban, other cities have instituted such things as part of a multi-step process. I don't think it's a snap of your fingers easy solution. Houston, for example, cut their homelessness by 54% over 8 years, and an ordinance banning tents on public property was one of those steps.
I could go on, but thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you. And now we will have a question from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver.
Good evening. If elected, let's start with you, Mr. Lindstrom. Let's go down the line, let's start with you, Mr. Lindstrom. Aurora is known for its diversity. How do you plan on reaching out to minorities, specifically the Hispanic community, and how will you include them in your policy decision-making?
That's a great question. So specifically, the 80011 zip code is roughly 45% Latinx community. And that's the zip code I live in. My students, their families are overwhelmingly Latino and Latina. So I'm in that community every single day. I live and breathe within that community. Now, I won't say that I experience that community. I am clearly a white man. But being in that community every day is a big part of that. And continuing to reach out with our businesses, particularly along Colfax, is a high Hispanic population for business owners, and reaching out there. But the important thing, I think, with reaching out is the reaching out part. I think a lot of times in government, we expect them to come to us. So being out in community and making sure we're going there, not expecting it to be the other way around.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
I appreciate that. I do not live in 80011. I live in 80017. Also, my neighbors, predominantly Latina. And the one thing that, when I talk to them, the one thing that becomes, I'm going to say, obvious to me, because as Mr. Lindstrom mentioned, as a white male, there's a language barrier. And I think that honestly is what maybe gets in the way of some of the outreach. And I should say maybe gets in the way of some of the success of outreach. So breaking language barriers is something that I want to be cognizant of. I know that of my immediate neighborhood, the Hispanic population I have, many of them don't speak English, which means me just to go by and wave and say hello is about the most I can do, aside from getting my Mexican girlfriend to come with me and try to act as translator. So for me, I've seen that as the biggest way to actually get in touch with the community. As a council person, I'm going to have something like that in order to be able to reach out to my Hispanic community. Thank you.
Could you please repeat the question for me?
Yes. Aurora is known for its diversity. How do you plan on reaching out to minorities, specifically the Hispanic community, and how you will include them in your policy decision-making?
Well, you are right that Aurora is diverse, and that's a great strength that we have. I would rely upon great nonprofit organizations, such as the Village Exchange Center, who help and reach out to refugee communities and immigrant communities, and a number of other nonprofits that do a fantastic job there. So if I needed to gain information, I would contact those and go through them. But I just, again, I appreciate the diversity that we have here. As a business person that gives to the community, you know, we're feeding Gateway High School football team this Friday, 50 people, funding a big sponsorship to Overland High School wrestling team. So, I mean, these teams are primarily people of color and diverse teams. And so I love helping a diverse community as well. But to form policies and so forth, I would really reach out to those on the field and who are the nonprofits.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. We will stay with questions from our media representatives, and Kara Mason will start us off with another round of questions.
Thank you. National issues always seem to trickle down to local government. We've seen the subject of election integrity specifically in the news a lot since November 2020. Do you believe that we have fair and free elections, and will you accept the outcome of this election? Mr. Sundberg, we'll start with you.
Voting, excuse me, I was excited to register to vote when I was 18 years of age, and I voted. And it felt good. I felt a sort of pride about that. And I look forward to voting again. So it should be honest, and there should be integrity. And with this particular local election, I do trust it. But if there was ever something that was strange, it should be looked at. But I approach this local election with something of trust, and I know it will be filled with integrity.
Did you trust the outcome of the 2020 election?
Oh, interesting question. It seemed like there may have been a few abnormalities going on there, and hope they were investigated. But I'm certainly not beating my chest about anything that went wrong. Were there some shenanigans? I don't know. But we have the results, and we're moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to start with the positive, I think. I think Colorado does a lot for elections, and we've done a lot to lead the nation between mail-in balloting, same-day voter registration. These type of things make it easier for people to vote. And I think in a lot of ways, that might be one of the most important aspects of being able to vote, is making it open and convenient for people to vote, because there are a lot of people who won't. I grew up in a family who wouldn't vote because it was inconvenient, couldn't be bothered to hop in the truck and go 40 miles into town to go place a ballot. So that's something that I'm always intrigued by about Colorado is that. And with respect to free, fair, and integrity, in my world, we have this thing called acceptance of risk. 100% is not always an option, and it's actually very rarely an option. When you talk about an election, something that involves so many people, so many operating elements, 100% is not possible, I don't think. I think that we have to accept some form of risk in how we count ballots and how we handle those ballots.
So will you accept the outcome of this election?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Lindstrom?
So you mentioned national level. National level, I think the biggest problem isn't voter fraud, it's voter suppression. But on a Colorado level, we have a model for the country. We have mail-in ballots, we have same-day registration, we allow formerly incarcerated to have a path to voting again. We have that model. I would absolutely trust our election because we are the gold standard.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, candidates. Now we'll have Marshall Zellinger from 9 News ask another question.
Mr. Sundberg, I'll start with you, and it's kind of more specific for you because the PPP database shows that Legends received a pandemic loan. I'm just curious, how was that money spent? And should Aurora, or more broadly, local government, be doing more to provide businesses money, resources similar to what the PPP loan was?
It certainly came in helpful. We were losing $1,500 a day being open for takeout business. We went into the pandemic conservatively with some savings, and that was a buffer. We were very appreciative of the PPP money, which helped keep people employed to a large extent. And it sustained us, it kept us going, and provided a confidence going into the future through a very uncertain and stressful time. And I suppose it just depends upon the business if they should continue to receive future funding. But I was grateful of any grant money that was there from the city or county, and it helped us for sure.
Is that something you would propose to continue?
For us, thank God we're doing well. We're going strong. We had a record month in June, for example, so we do not need at this point any other additional funding.
And before I go to but if other businesses were not as successful, should that be an option?
Probably. It just depends on the circumstances.
Mr. Lindstrom, what do you think of Aurora or local government providing similar like resources, like a PPP loan?
Yeah, I think that needs to be prioritized to our locally owned businesses that have roots in the city, that are invested in the city, that are hiring local, paying good wages. So I absolutely think that those should be funneled to those businesses.
And that's something you think the city could afford to offer as a city?
Yes, especially if we start closing some of the incentives that we're giving to the huge businesses that don't need it. Or, if somebody turns down a loan or something like that.
Mr. Hamilton, same question.
Appreciate that. I think it's to me, it's kind of multifaceted. My personal preference would to not see Aurora in that business, to not be in the business of making loans. I would like to see private organizations, local private organizations especially, be able to handle that, shoulder that load on behalf of the government. I don't think the government should be making those kinds of decisions personally. I absolutely understand what we went through over the course of the last couple of years. Mr. Sundberger is a very good friend of mine. I can understand what his business went through, and I am thankful there are options out there for some people. And for Mr. Sundberger, I'm glad his business has remained afloat. My preference would be, again, for the city to not be in that business. They have a lot of other business to tend to.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And now a question from Sergio Ornelas.
Staying with the same topic for businesses hurting, is there anything, let's start with you now, Mr. Hamilton. Is there anything specific that you would do if elected to help businesses deal with the lack of employees?
The lack of employees?
Yes.
That's a tough conversation. Because everything that, my employer, we do placement, both from small businesses to large businesses. And the demand that we have is outrageous, and there simply is not a supply. I think if we're going to answer how do we help businesses find employees, we have to address the supply issue. We have people who don't want to work, have been incentivized to not work. I think we should address that. And I think that if you're going to be a business owner and you're looking for somebody to come in and help do whatever it is, from being a cook to doing accounting, I think it's your responsibility to figure out how to bring those people in. You have to incentivize them. You have to entice them, not the city government, not the federal government. It should be your job. You should be incentivized. You should be empowered to keep your business afloat. So I think it's a decision, or it's an issue that each business owner should address. And I think it's going to be different based on each business.
Thank you. Mr. Lindstrom?
Yeah, I agree. They are decentivized to work because a minimum wage worker has to work 72 hours a week just to afford a one-bedroom apartment. So that is absolutely decentivizing to show up to work during a pandemic, risking your life, traveling to work. So I think we need to increase the minimum wage to ensure that people can afford to live, to work, to enjoy life. not working 72 hours a week. But I also empathize with the small business in that. That we need to make sure that that's a gradual process, that we are using our city tax incentives to local businesses in that process, not giving it to these big, huge businesses that don't need it, that drive out these local businesses. So I think we can balance it on both sides to ensure that people are not building their businesses off the back of exploiting workers.
Can the city of Aurora help find workers while there's a labor shortage? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I don't think so. You know, perhaps a job fair, but if 100 people show up at the job fair and 10 apply, how many actually show up for the work? Maybe 2? It's a unique market out there. I was just on a unemployment insurance website portal for our business, and there was a lot of fraud going on out there, and I think hopefully it's coming to an end. We had people applying and getting unemployment that worked at our place 4 years ago after quitting. I saw that again and again. And so hopefully people are ready to come back to work. We want to see people prosper in small business. I've got cooks making $21 an hour. A 19-year-old server that doesn't even work 40 hours a week might be making over $70,000 a year. We rejoice when they buy homes. We rejoice when they buy a new car. So this city council right here in the last 2 years has not shown much empathy towards small business, and that's one of the reasons I'm running.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. We'll be going back to questions from our media representatives in just a few minutes, but I will be asking the next question, again, on behalf of the sponsors. Here's the question. What actions would you propose as a council member to support local retail and small businesses in Aurora? So again, what actions would you propose? We will begin our answers with Steve Sundberg.
What could the city of Aurora do to help promote small business?
What actions would you propose as a council member to support local retail and small businesses in Aurora?
First, there are times to stay out of the way. Don't meddle in small business. For example, it really caught my attention with the sugary drink ban that came our way a couple of years ago. It just took us by surprise that Aurora, who I've felt was a partner in business for the last 2.5 decades, would suddenly spring something like that upon us, where you couldn't have a chocolate milk or a juice with a kid's meal. It just seemed very intrusive, and it made me scratch my head. But yeah, don't interfere too much, don't overregulate, don't overtax. There could be promotional tax breaks for sprucing up the front of your business or parking lot, for example. Partnerships and grants for, oh, I don't know, remodeling, things of that sort.
Thank you. Robert Hamilton.
Thank you. The drink tax, the sugary drink tax, that's more of a personal liberties issue, but I do understand how that impacts a small business. I think if we're going to do anything as a city to help a small business, it is get out of the way. You know, we do have some pretty straightforward taxation in Aurora, and I think that probably the easiest way to address that issue would just be a tax holiday. Get rid of the sales tax for a day, mark the day, make it easy for small business to be able to track it, because I know that can be a pain. But that would be something, and that obviously does also entice people to go into businesses like Mr. Sundberg's, and that tackles the other part. If you're going to help a business, you either increase revenue or you decrease cost. Those are your two options. We already talked about the employment thing. So it's increase revenue, decrease costs. If we're going to do it, and this is the way I like to do things, small government, less government, we reduce taxes, we reduce things like that. We handle the bottom line. Thanks.
Thank you. Brian Lindstrom.
Thank you. I think there's two parts to this question. I think we need to give incentives, again, to locally owned and run businesses, not to these big outside businesses that are coming in, exploiting our workforce, driving down wages, and closing our small businesses by undermining them. So I think we need to focus on the locally owned businesses who have roots here, who are hiring here, who are paying adequate wages. And so in that process, we can prioritize locally owned, women-owned, people of color-owned making sure that we're actually investing in our community and not investing in people to come in and extract. As well as the flip side, when workers have more money in their pocket, they have more money to spend. So when you're paying an adequate wage, they're going to be spending in our community, and they're our future consumers. So pay them more and also prioritize incentives locally.
Thank you, candidates. We'll now return to some questions from our media representatives. Cara Mason will start us off.
Thank you. This summer, amid some of the worst air quality days, a majority of the city council declined to create a climate action committee, even when a compromise was made, and the proposal left the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee intact. Can you describe what kind of climate-forward policies you'd like to see developed by the city? Mr. Sundberg, we'll start with you.
I care about the environment. I gave to Greenpeace back in the day. I planted trees for Fort Collins Relief. We have an electric vehicle. Our monthly utility bill has gone up quite a bit as a result of that car. I enjoy it very much, but I believe it's friendly on the environment. Well, with respect to the city, I think that the state, with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, would have a good handle on things. So I would put my faith and trust in the state to do that and allow Aurora city government to focus on some other more important pressing issues like the conditions of our roads and neighborhoods, which I hear neighbors complaining about, citizens complaining about. We're $20 million a year behind each year on simple road maintenance. You got cracks in roads like that residents want fixed. So I think it's a personal issue, and let's leave it to the state and the federal level to dictate climate change rules.
Thank you. Mr. Lindstrom?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Can you describe what kind of climate-forward policies you'd like to see the city tackle?
Yeah, so as I stated earlier, I think the initial short term is putting increased air and water quality standards on our oil and gas development. But I think recognizing that a green economy is the economy of the future. So those should be the jobs we're incentivizing. Those should be the companies we're incentivizing. Bringing in our trade unions and apprenticeship program and training those jobs in our school for the future, investing in our just transition. Again, there's a reason why I'm endorsed by Sierra Club, I'm endorsed by Conservation Colorado, and I'm endorsed by the Denver Area Labor Federation, because I'm able to prioritize our environment and our workers simultaneously. And that's how I do it. I'd invest in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
Appreciate the question. I think I would just focus on the how and the why. So if we need a climate forward policy from the lens of Ward 2, I would want to look at what organizations do we have within Ward 2 that are, let's call them bad eggs within a lens of climate change or these climate forward policies, and those are the ones that I would want to work with personally. City council, should be involved with that, or at least should be involved from an educational standpoint. I think that in terms of any types of enticement or incentivization to those businesses, I don't know if I'd want to go down that path. But I think that if we've got organizations within Ward 2 that are say more or contributing more to climate change than others, and I think that maybe we should go through some education both with these local organizations as well as our local people, our constituents, just to identify who these organizations are, so that way they can make the decisions on whether to support those organizations. Because at the end of the day, that's what has the greatest amount of impact, is when constituents change their mind or start acting, no matter the topic, whether it's climate change or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. And now Marshall Zellinger will ask our next question.
Recently, the Attorney General's office released its report on the Elijah McClain stop and Aurora policing. It concluded that some Aurora police officers use racially biased policing. Do you agree with that? And how do you feel Chief Vanessa Wilson has been doing on the job? Mr. Lindstrom.
So to answer the first question, yes, I do agree with it. And I think our community is honestly not surprised. It's validating the feeling we've had in this community for a long time. And to come down and have the state recognize that our police department does have that practice of racially biased and policing, yeah, again, it's sad, but it's validating because we've been trying to tackle that for a long time. And how is she doing? I am actually pleasantly surprised in the fact that she is at least taking on and trying to get rid of officers who are not acting in the best interest of the community. But I think she can do more. I think we need to not just be addressing individuals, we need to be having systematic changes, making sure that we are increasing training, making sure that we are getting non-emergency systems, sorry, I'm getting flagged. But yes, I think she can do better, but she's not doing the worst.
Thank you. We haven't interrupted yet, and I was getting close. Mr. Hamilton, I'll go to you next.
I'm going to ask you to repeat the question because I heard it one way and I don't think it was the way that you meant it. So please repeat it.
The Attorney General's report concluded that some Aurora police officers use racially biased policing. Do you agree with that conclusion? And how do you feel Chief Wilson has been doing on the job?
I will say that I agree with the conclusion. As a data person, I would really like to have the data, play with the data myself, the interviews and so on and so forth. I like that information. One, I also do realize that just because whether independent or not, an external body that comes to a conclusion, it's pretty easy you can probably come to a lot of conclusions based on a similar set of data. That's not me taking away from the conclusion. I agree with the conclusion. I would also like to make my own conclusion, or at least validate what I validate the conclusion that was essentially came to. I guess best way to put it. What was the second part of the question?
Chief Wilson.
I sat up here, I guess, during I'm going to get flagged in a second. I stood up here and simply stated about Ms. Johnson. She went into an unadmirable situation between what's going on with the police department, the amount of change that's going on within the organization. And when I look at that from my own lens, it's an unenviable position. And I think anyone who goes through what she's gone through deserves to be admired regardless of whether or not you agree with the work that she's performed.
Do you agree with the work?
Yeah.
Mr. Sundberg.
Has there been and does there exist racially biased policing in the Aurora Police Department? I imagine there has and still might exist. You mentioned data. I'd like to examine data on what segments of our community commit X number of crimes and certain amount of arrests per segments of our community. My son is a young man of color, and as a teenager and into his 20s, the long arm of the law has reached out and grabbed him a few times, whether it's traffic violations or, I hope he's not listening, other things, as did I when I was a young person. But my son has been treated very fairly by the Aurora Police Department, very respectful and in a caring fashion. My wife's got a traffic infraction. She was treated very well. Officer Wilson, Chief Wilson, she's got a very difficult job. Is she receiving confidence from the Aurora Police Department? You'd have to ask the unions on that one. But I wouldn't want to be in her position. She's got a very difficult task and tasks to perform.
Do you support her?
At this point, yes, until another option is brought forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And now we will have a question from Sergio Ornelas.
Thank you. Let's go down the line again. Mr. Hamilton, even before the pandemic, the cost of rent and the living cost has pushed many out of their homes. If elected, is there anything you can do to address evictions?
I honestly don't know if it's really my place, to be completely frank with you. It's a very difficult conversation because on one hand, I 100% feel for someone who's in the position of being evicted regardless of circumstance. On the other hand, I can also understand being a homeowner and renting out a piece of property or renting out a home, and the contract set forth has essentially been, things have changed, and I get that. And it's an unenviable position for somebody to especially if you own a second or third party or rental properties, to try to have to kick somebody out of a home or evict somebody. So I just don't know if it's the role of city council to get involved with something like that. I think that if we are as city council members, I'm going to harken back to the previous conversations on affordable housing versus cheap housing. We've talked about homelessness. I think we've beat up the topic from that perspective. I think that that's probably where, as a city council member, that's where I would probably leave. That's where I would insert myself.
Thank you. Mr. Lindstrom?
Yeah, I think it is the government's job to protect people, and some of our most at-risk people are renters. So I think one of the ways we deal with that is making sure people stay in their homes. I think an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure. When we're allowing people to get evicted, we are adding to our tax burden, not reducing it. So we need to make sure that we are giving protections to our renters. We are implementing vacancy fees on people who aren't renting out to make sure that they're incentivized to rent at a lower rate. We can work with our state level to make sure that in the future we can establish things like rent control, but things that protect our renters to keep people in their homes. So absolutely, I do think it is the city's role, if nothing else, to protect the people in the city.
Thank you. Mr. Sandberg?
Would you please repeat the question?
Yes. Even before the pandemic, the cost of rent and living has pushed many out of their homes. If elected, is there anything specific you would like to address this issue, the evictions?
You are correct in stating that rents and prices of homes are astronomical. It is a supply and demand issue, and people during COVID fell on hard times. I think the Forbearance Act allowed people some grace for a period of time. I've been a landlord in the past. I don't own any rental properties currently, but I know back in 2008, 2009, when things went down and crashed pretty hard, we owned a number of places, and in 2 or 3 occasions, people stopped paying their rent, and we had to dip into our savings, and it hurt tremendously. And we also showed empathy as landlords, charging a fraction of rent perhaps at times. So there is a way on the individual and private level to assist, but it's a tricky situation. People, unfortunately, will get evicted by not paying rent, and I don't think the city of Aurora, it's a tough one. I don't have all the answers to that yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. We're going to continue with questions from our media representatives. Cara Mason.
Thank you. Aurora City Council races are technically nonpartisan. Party affiliations do not appear on ballots, but candidates and elected officials have long held party loyalties, which increasingly become a part of regular discussion on the dais. Should voters know the party affiliation of municipal candidates they are voting for? Mr. Lindstrom, you gave your party affiliation, so let's start with you.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any argument to hide information from the voters. Whether that's party affiliation, whether that's policy, all available information should be available right out in front. And you know, we can call it nonpartisan all we want, but people have belief systems. People know where they tend to vote, and that's not the only bit of information that they need, but that is an important piece of information for some voters, and it is rather dishonest to try and hide that because, you know, we have a Democrat in Congress, we have a Democrat all through Aurora in the House, in the Senate, and then we have people who pretend to be Democrats and who are Republicans and hide that from the voters, and that's dishonest. We should put our information out there in the forefront.
Mr. Hamilton?
Oh, I'm going to need more than a minute. I feel like that if you have to place a label on it, then go for it. But if you have a minute of conversation with any one of us, I think you're going to probably deduce where we stand politically. The reason why I am not a huge fan of placing the labels on it is because I believe we have a political system that is incredibly broken, because all we focus on is, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? Are you red or are you blue? There are people throughout that spectrum, depending on which spectrum you want to lose, because there's so many models you can take a look at that pretty much no one cares about, because you're supposed to be a Republican or a Democrat. I'm going to try to sum this up with a story as quickly as possible. As I was going out and knocking on doors, and I've now a little over 2,000 of, I think, the 40,000 residences in Ward 2, which is an amazingly small number. I'm going to do better about that, I promise you. I knocked on one gentleman's door, and his first thing he asked me, he's like, "You're running for city council?" I said, "Yes." He goes, "What's your political party?" I said, "Well, it's an unaffiliated position." He goes, "What's your political party?" And I said, "It's an unaffiliated position." He goes, "What's your stand on gun control?" And all I had to do was give him one answer, and he had the answer. So I don't think it matters. It shouldn't matter. I think if you have these conversations with people, you're going to get the answers you needed. And you don't have to have it under the guise of Republican or Democrat, because some people think they're Republicans, and I might think they're Democrats, or some people may be Democrats, and I think they might be Republicans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sundberg.
We've seen this city council work together at times and vote unanimously on things, whether it's street racing or other items, and that's a victory for our city when they come together. As I've been out knocking on doors, I've encountered a couple instances for certain where, let's just say it's an older Democrat gentleman at the door, 60s plus. Sorry, anybody. And their concern is crime. Their concern is the treatment of our police department. So some of these issues that are facing us currently are crossing party lines. But, yeah, some people want to know.
Would you want to know the affiliation of people you're electing?
That's a good question. The dog catcher, the sheriff, yes. Everybody, but down the line, I suppose it could be helpful. I've not thought too much about it. A lot of times it's an issues campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. Marshall Zellinger will ask our next question.
I asked this of the Ward 1 candidates, so cat's out of the bag on the question. We're going to go reverse here. Mr. Sundberg, did you receive the COVID-19 vaccine?
Don't treat me like a leper. No, not yet.
Mr. Lindstrom?
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
And I follow this up with the question of the health departments, with Aurora being in 3 different counties, and we could go from Tri-County Health Department to Bi-County Health Department to Health Department to nothing, perhaps. How do the residents of Aurora, what can the city council do for the residents of Aurora that are caught in the middle of 3 counties that might give conflicting information on public health? Mr. Sundberg.
Conflicting information on public health. I guess we did see that. We did see contradictions in advice and so forth. The makeup of breaking up a tri-county health department, is that what you're referring to?
Right. If it's broke, if counties leave, or if you're left with, if all 3 have left, or 2 of the left, yes.
Yeah, Douglas, is it Castle Rock that recently left Douglas County? That's going to be a transitional effort. That's something that I'd have to sit down with some experts on that and learn more about the benefits and the potential risks of leaving a particular department or county.
Do you think Aurora should be advising its residents in any way other than what the counties are doing? I know it's difference of city and county level.
On what particular topic?
On just public health, on advisories from the public health orders.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Lindstrom?
I'm sorry, can you, it was a lot of back and forth. Can you give me the original?
Yeah, the ultimate question is with the 3 counties giving perhaps different information if Arapahoe, Adams, and Douglas go their own ways, or if 2 of them go their own ways, what can Aurora do to provide a unified message perhaps to the residents of Aurora, or should Aurora not be in that business and it just, whatever county you live in, good luck?
I think Aurora should be in that business only because our tri-county is not coming to an agreement and having different point of views. So I think from the city level, I'm a teacher. I teach history. I teach students to trust experts, to read expert opinions. And when we say we do our own research, what that means is we trust experts in the field. So I think with that said, regardless of what is politicized by Douglas County, Adams County, and whatnot, I think we trust experts, and experts say vaccines work. We should get them. We should wear masks. So I'd say trust the experts, and our policy should represent that.
Mr. Hamilton?
And yet there are experts that would vehemently disagree with that and say something entirely different. And it puts a city like Aurora and it puts counties in a position where they're supposed to pick a side, much like the political conversation. We shouldn't be in the business of it. We should be in the business of making sure that we have the data to provide to our constituents for them to make their best decisions for their own lives, for their own families. That's the most important thing, not what Aurora is going to tell someone who lives in Ward 2, not what a county is going to tell someone who happens to live in Ward 2. It's about the people being able to make the best decision possible for themselves and for their families. That's what Aurora should stand behind, taking care of its people.
Thank you all.
Can I bank that 30 seconds? I'm going to need it. Thank you.
And one more question from Sergio Ornelas.
Let's start with Mr. Sundberg. Ward 2, as we know, is currently vacant, but if elected, what is the main thing in your list that you would like to get accomplished during the first months or even the first weeks for your community?
Well, as I've been engaged with residents, crime is the top issue. Something as simple as showing recognition and appreciation to our police department publicly from our council, I think would be nice. As our police department, I feel, and have witnessed, has been lambasted and demonized unfairly at times, for sure. And we are experiencing the repercussions of a demoralized and handcuffed police department. We've lost 98 to 100 officers since January 1st. And I'm hearing from residents, why would someone want to even work that job these days? So it's something to do with the problem of crime.
Thank you.
I think that's a great question. I have lots of plans for that first month. I think the very first night, I plan on attacking minimum wage. As I said earlier, the minimum wage has not kept up with the cost of living. That would be one of the first things I do. Increasing environmental regulations, as I've said several times, air and water quality standards, and police reform. Following the Attorney General's recommendations, increasing education requirements, training requirements, increasing autonomy for the police chief to fire bad actors in the police force, and things like that. So police reform, wages, environment.
Mr. Hamilton.
What was the timeline? You said like in the first week, first 2 weeks?
In the first month or the first weeks?
These guys are going to accomplish a lot, apparently, because as I've spoken with multiple council members, I know we have a couple that are sitting here who I haven't had a chance to speak with yet. One of the things I've taken with these conversations is you get excited, you show up the first day, and you've got hundreds of ideas, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to accomplish everything. You get so excited, and then you realize that it's way more difficult to even get one thing accomplished off your list. And that's the peril of this position, is that it is political. You do have to work with many, many people to accomplish one thing, let alone your punch list of 100 things. So crime is the biggest thing that I hear from the people that I speak to. That's certainly something that's on my platform, something that I want to address as well. I can't solve that in 1 month, but I will find the 1 or 2 or 3 things that I'm passionate about. I will also, something I've spoken about in previous conversations, I want to create a better way for my constituents to reach out to me and give me the information that they need. So instead of once I get elected and I have to go knock on everyone's door, I can't do that all the time. So I want to create a better conduit for them to be able to get a hold of me to tell me what's plaguing them. So that way I have a list of the most important things in my community. So that way I can address those instead of focusing on the things that I feel are most important, because I can't even begin to pretend that I have the right answers for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answers, candidates. I will now ask one final question of the evening on behalf of the sponsors. What unique skills or knowledge do you bring to council? Why should someone vote for you? And we will begin with Robert Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm going to basically take what I just said and keep going with it. You know, one of the things I pride myself on is being able to find answers. When I say find answers, it doesn't necessarily mean that I have all the answers, and I think that might have been obvious in the conversation tonight. I don't have all the answers, and anyone who sits up here and tells you they have all the answers is probably a politician. I don't. What I do best is working with people, working with council members, working with the constituents in my community, working with the businesses, working with everyone from my neighbor to the mayor to figure out how do we answer and how do we address the problems that plague this city. One of the things you're going to get from me is a bulldog mentality, somebody who works nonstop, who puts everyone before himself, which is somewhat of a detriment at times. That's what you're going to get if you elect me. You're going to get somebody who's going to work diligently with everyone in the community, from the mayor to the neighbor, to find the answers and to fix problems that are going on within the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lindstrom.
So being a teacher is a pretty unique position to be in. My job is literally to be rooted in the community, to see firsthand every day 150 residents, young people, the future and the today, and the impact that our city has. But teaching is also the art of meeting people where they are. And in politics, that's literally what we're asked to do. I meet the voters where they are, and we talk policy. I meet fellow electeds, and we find common ground, and we find a way to move forward. That is what teaching is. But I think I'm also in a unique position of I'm attacking this job as a team. I have a team on council now, and I have a team running for council now, and it takes 6 votes to get things done. So I challenge the premise of not being able to get things done with 6 votes. We can get them done, and I have my team, and I'm going to get some things done.
Thank you. Steve Sundberg.
I think a council should be made up of a variety of backgrounds to add experience and wisdom in the decision-making process. I sit here and know the struggle of business, the struggle to earn a profit, the struggle to try to meet payroll in years past where those checks are going out, they're hitting the bank accounts, and I have to sprint to my own bank and out of my personal savings do some transferring of money. So I know what it takes to always look at and assess strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats with business. I also have a heart of unity. I'm connected in this community in various ways. I look through life, I think, with a lens of unity. And if something doesn't look right, that is divisive, it just doesn't seem right to me. So with that sense of unity that I possess, I think I could create partnerships across our community with city, nonprofit, and businessmen.
Thank you, candidates. This concludes our question and answer portion of tonight's forum. You will now each have an opportunity for a 90-second closing statement. We will begin with Brian Lindstrom.
All right. Thank you. So I think tonight you saw that there's a clear choice and a clear line in the sand. We have a choice between somebody who stands for environmental protections and people who don't. We see a clear line of somebody who's going to champion for the minimum wage, people who don't. A clear line of somebody who's going to protect our renters from eviction, people who don't. And somebody who's going to take on and think that it's the city's job to protect people, and we have people who don't. So I am Brian Lindstrom. I'm a lifelong Aurora resident. I'm a teacher here in Aurora, and I'm your Democrat for Aurora City Council Ward 2. And I'm asking for your vote on or before November 2nd. Please go to brian4aurora.com. That's BRYAN, the number 4, Aurora, you know how to spell Aurora.com. Thanks.
Steve Sundberg.
I love my city. I know a lot of residents love Aurora. A lot of them that I've spoken with are born and raised here, like yourself over there, Brian. Yeah. I've worked hard to improve Aurora through volunteer work, through the conduit of my business giving back. Ward 2 is unique. It's undeveloped. People going back decades have planned for that area, and we are blessed to have water and land. Exciting and innovative things are taking place with space exploration, data centers, prime employers coming to the area to create great jobs, and there's other wonderful ideas of what can be built out there to improve our city. I don't want Aurora to become like a West Coast mismanaged city. People don't want Aurora to become a Portland or a Seattle or a Baltimore and have those crime problems. And certain things can lead to the expansion of homeless. Homeless will gravitate to the most permissive policies. The road to a regrettable city is paved with good intentions. I want our city council to be made up of common sense decision-making. I am hopeful for the future of Aurora. I love it and look forward to continuing to do business in here. Vote Steve Sundberg, November 2nd. You'll be getting your ballot shortly. And let's improve this city together.
Thank you. Robert Hamilton.
I think both these gentlemen have done a fantastic job of expressing their specific points of views and beliefs, and I'm going to actually finish with mine. There is a clear line in the sand, and I think that is what you're going to get with these two extraordinary gentlemen sitting up here with me is the same thing that we are currently getting and what we have been getting. That may not be the best path to fixing the things that are going on within the city. You get to decide that. That's the beautiful part of it, and they both have websites. I have a website. You can Google it. It's right out there, pretty easy to find. But a clear line in the sand. If you want to continue what's already going on, indecision, inability to have impact, wavering, then cast your votes for them. If you want change, you want to fix something, you want to make Aurora a better place, which I know they have the greatest of intentions, there is only one option. There's only one person who's going to be able to come in, work across party lines, work cross-organizationally, and fix the city. Thank you.
Once again, candidates, thank you so much for being here tonight and participating in tonight's forum. A special thanks to our media representatives from the Sentinel Colorado, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver for their participation. I would also like to thank Aurora TV for their coverage of this forum. We'd like to remind the viewers that this forum, along with the other 3 forums that we're bringing you, will be repeated on Aurora TV, Comcast, channels 8 and 880 throughout the month of October up until Election Day. Additionally, the forums will be available for viewing on the web anytime at your convenience at auroratv.gov. We encourage all voters to know the candidates, to know the issues, and to exercise your right to be heard by casting your vote. Thank you and good night.
Good evening and welcome to this 2021 Candidates Forum featuring candidates for the Aurora City Council race in Ward 3. I'm Kevin Hogan, President of the Aurora Chamber, our organization, along with the Aurora Women's Club, Centennial Colorado, the League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas Counties, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver are pleased to sponsor tonight's forum. There are many critical challenges facing Aurora, along with abundant opportunities. We believe these forums present the best opportunity for voters to listen to the candidates and hear their different perspectives on a lot of issues. Our hope is that these perspectives will inform voters and will help them make the best choices possible in selecting the men and women to sit on the Aurora City Council. The decisions City Council makes will affect our community for years to come. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this forum from the League of Women Voters, Vicki Harmon. Vicki?
Thank you, Kevin, for that introduction, and thank you, candidates, for your willingness to run for City Council. This forum is just one of 4 that our organizations are sponsoring this election season. They all feature the candidates running for seats on the Aurora City Council. As Kevin mentioned, in this session, we are featuring the candidates running for the Ward 3 council seat. That's you two, right? The format for tonight's forum will include questions that I will ask from all the sponsors, as well as questions directly from our media representatives sitting to my left over here. During this forum, those media representatives include Kara Mason, who's the managing editor with Centennial Colorado, Marshall Zellinger, political reporter with 9 News, and Sergio Ornelas, a multimedia journalist with Telemundo Denver. We know our media representatives have many insightful questions ready for our candidates this evening, and we thank them for joining us. There are 2 candidates running for the Ward 3 council seat. Our first candidate is Ruben Medina. If you want to raise your hand so they know you're Ruben Medina. He is a project manager, organizer, wrestling coach, and former firefighter. He has most recently worked as a senior recreational specialist in the city of Aurora. Mr. Medina has served on regional boards, including the Denver Foundation and RISE Colorado, which works to educate, engage, and empower low-income families and families of color. Mr. Medina is originally from Southern Colorado. He ran for the Ward 2 seat in 2017. Our second candidate is John Oscar, who grew up in Aurora and is now raising his own family in Ward 3. He is the longtime pastor of Woodside Baptist Church in Denver and current director of the Kingdom Giving Food Bank. Mr. Scott holds an undergraduate degree in biblical studies and a master's degree in religious education. He has also served on the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee. Those are our 2 candidates for the Ward 3 council seat. Before we begin with opening statements, I would like to let our candidates know exactly how the questions will proceed this evening. I will be asking some questions to all the candidates on behalf of the sponsors, and candidates will each have 1 minute to respond. Our media representatives, and once more, they will each have up to 1 minute to respond from the media questions. I would like to remind candidates to pay close attention to our timekeepers. They are over here. They're the most important to keep this running smoothly. For the opening and closing statements and answers to all questions, they will signal you with 30 seconds remaining, 15 seconds remaining, and when to stop. We will now begin with the 90-second opening statements from our candidates, starting with Mr. Medina.
Thank you. My name is Ruben Medina. I'm running for Aurora City Council in Ward 3. I have raised my 3 children here in Aurora, and I lived here for the past 32 years. I have been married for 30 years to my wife, who is a first-grade teacher at Montview Elementary. I am running to address many inequities and disparities that have been elevated since the pandemic. I will be using all my connections and resources in the community to help solve the many issues the city faces. We need leaders who have integrity and transparency and can get the job done. When I was 20 years old, I started an ambulance service in my hometown, got the necessary equipment, ran it out of my home. It still exists today, 40 years later. Later, I was the facility manager at the Moorhead Recreation Center in Northwest Aurora, where I worked with community and created a coalition of community members, nonprofits, and foundations to advocate and eventually get the city to build the first new recreation center in the city of Aurora in 40 years. In my current role as project manager, I work for a foundation and work in Northwest Aurora and Montbello communities, building leaders and having them work on a variety of projects. As you can see, in my past, present, and now in the future, I'm a person of action, and I get things done. I hope you'll join me as we move forward to making Aurora a beacon of hope and bring positive changes where all can thrive, be prosperous, and feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina, for your opening statement. Now, Mr. Scott, your opening statement.
Thank you. Hello, my name is John O. Scott. I'm running for Aurora City Council, Ward 3, because I love Aurora and I love the people of Aurora. I grew up here, I was raised here, I'm raising my family here. And I want to raise my family in the same thriving environment in which I was able to grow up. I've lived here over 30 years. I want my family to be proud to call Aurora home for at least another 30 years, for generations to come. As much as I love Aurora, I'm very concerned with our city. Crime is skyrocketing, homelessness is getting out of control, and we seem to have lost sight on what makes us a great city. But I firmly believe that there is great hope for this city. The future is bright for Aurora, and we cannot give up on it. If we're going to have a city that has its residents and families thrive for many generations to come, we're going to need leaders who will set the right trajectory and course for the future. We need leaders who will have the vision of public safety, economic development, and transportation. Those are the main roles of local city government. And I want to be a part of refocusing our priorities on those things, because those are the things we should be focusing on the municipal level. As a father, husband, pastor, coach, servant, budget officer, and friend to many in the community, I'm excited for Aurora. My vision is that as we serve our community today, we can become set for our future, and that is a future that ensures that the people of Aurora can feel safe, work freely, and raise their families with a high quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'm going to ask you the first question as the moderator from all the sponsors. Homelessness is a problem affecting many cities, including Aurora. What is your position on the homeless issue, and what can or should the city of Aurora do about it? Let's begin with Mr. Scott.
We have to do that in 90 seconds? 60
1 minute you have.
Whoa, okay, that's a multifaceted issue to cover in 60 seconds. I think as a Christian, my heart is to show compassion. That's Matthew 25. I have a heart of compassion for my community, for the poorest and vulnerable and most needy in my community. At the same time, we have the mandate to have responsibility and to stand up and make wise choices with our life. I think there's three main categories, and we can't put them all into a box. We have to hit them in an individual situation. Three main categories are people who need help and want help. We need to help those people. Those people who need help but don't want help, that's a unique category that really much of this discussion takes place in. And then those that don't need help but want help, trying to take advantage. And so as we lead and as we work as a city, we have to work through all three of those areas. We cannot lead with just our heart. We also have to lead with our head, because we have to have the balance of our head and our heart that reaches out to our hands and to our habits of what we do as a city.
Thank you. Mr. Medina.
Yes, thank you for the question. First and foremost, we must stop criminalizing people because they do not have a place to call home. No one wants to live that way. We have to look at the reasons behind that. A lot of times people lose their social connections to their community and to their families. We need to look at programs such as PATH, Comitas, and Bridge House, which provides opportunities for people to get out of the situations and provide the wraparound services that they need to be able to get out. I have personally done this myself, working with a gentleman that worked for me, and now, today, owns his own house and actually works at Bridge House, helping others like himself to get out of the situation. So those are things that I would do. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers, candidates. I'll have more questions a bit later, but we'll now move to some questions from our media representatives. As before, each candidate will have 1 minute to answer. And we'll begin with Kara Mason from Centennial, Colorado.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here this evening. Aurora has approved cannabis stores and home delivery, but this week a measure to allow marijuana hospitality businesses failed. Would you support this proposal when and if it returns? Mr. Medina, we'll start with you.
You're talking about the cannabis, correct? Okay, just want to make sure I
Yep.
heard that clarification. Well, I think, like I said, we've already kind of made that an opportunity, right? A business, there's a sector there that certainly wants that to happen. I mean, you know, it's not going to go away, and I think like anything else, it's opportunities for people to engage and create opportunities of jobs and bringing in more tax revenue to the city, which we could utilize. So yes, I would certainly support that.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I would start by saying I definitely recognize that it is a voter-approved, legitimate business. And I do recognize that there are many revenues that have been generated as a result of that. In many ways, that's great. If I wanted to get votes and donors, I would simply say, yeah, and just go on with it. But I have to be a man of integrity, and I have to be a man of honesty. And I would have to say, no, I would not support that. I was talking to a lady yesterday at her door, and she said she considered herself a fiscal conservative but a social liberal. And what she said was, marijuana has destroyed our community, and we should not be promoting more of it. I'll say this. I'm not against throwing it out, something that's a voter-approved thing. I support it. I recognize it. And I do think there are benefits that have come on the revenue side of things. But to support more and be at the cutting edge of that, I would not support that.
Okay, our next question will come from Marshall Zellinger with 9 News.
We're going to stay on the money train here. Mr. Scott, your website references a shortfall of $20 million for roads and transportation in the city, and it sounds like you want to spend more money for roads. Where are you taking it from?
I'm actually vice chair of the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee, which many councilors have been on, and that's exactly what we studied. We presented about 4 or 5 different options of ways to pay for that without taking higher taxes, without raising the burden on the resident of Aurora. One of those, there's many of them. I can go through them. The auto use tax, which should be spent on roads and cars and things associated with that, raising the rate of that, not by raising taxes, by the allocating of that. Marketplace facilitators, the Wayfair decision. I'll just say, I could go on and on and on, but we can pay for that in a way that doesn't become a burden on the residents of Aurora. And there are suggestions that we have come up with, we have presented, and that have been given to City Council, and that I would support to pay for that, and not only pay for that, but have a surplus to do other things that we would like to do with the roads and infrastructure, especially 2 bridges that are in dire need of repair.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Medina, in a different way, this is a money question. On Denver's November ballot, there's a question for a bond proposal, meaning to the city borrowing money for a new 10,000-seat arena. You want an entertainment venue in Aurora. Why does Aurora need one? How big is it, and how are you paying for it?
That's a good question. I certainly want to work collectively with all the connections I have currently in the communities that I serve and people that I know around, and I would like to certainly make it an opportunity for the city to not have to fork over all the money, that maybe that they have the land, and that other agencies and individuals can support the business itself, which would in turn create more opportunities for other small businesses to do that. And also the current businesses that would surround it would benefit, all the hotels, all the systems. We have all the infrastructure right now. Currently, we're not a destination. We're a pass-through. People only come here for, I'm not sure what, because we spend our money outside of here to entertain. So I want to bring something here that people can stay here and use the money and bring more revenue to our city.
Before I let you go, how big is it?
How big? I'm looking at 10 or 12,000 people capacity.
Thank you both.
Can I,
No,
do we have a rebuttal on that? 'Cause
No, there are no rebuttals. Sorry, Scott.
Okay. Am I going to get that question?
No.
Okay.
Unless they ask it to you
Okay.
from the media, okay?
you. So I
Our
have an
next question is from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver.
Good evening. Mr. Scott, how do you plan to address the increasing violence, especially among the youth?
The youth?
Yes.
I just say across the board. It's a major issue. I think there has to be, that's another multifaceted answer. I'll say this, we have to address crime, and by that, we have to have programs for the kids, sports, clubs, all those things. They have to be plugged into their communities. I've talked to the police officers. They care about the young people too. And one of them that I talked to actually suggested this. He said, why don't we have coaches in the community on community sports teams that are police officers out of uniform, that are plugging into our community? Because he said, we get the bad rap. We actually do care about the kids in our community. And we want them to have a respect for us and know that we love them. Are there some that have made very, very poor choices? Yes. Do they need accountability? Yes. But I'll say we have to have a respect. We have to have that balance of both enforcement and respect and dignity to be able to treat not only the youth but our entire community across the board, both on law enforcement and on the other side.
And your time is up, okay?
Thank you. Mr. Medina?
Same question, right?
Same question, yes.
Yes. Well, as a coach, like I said, I work with youth constantly. I also helped to form a nonprofit called Change Agents, working with youth in communities right now at Aurora Central, where we pay them $25 an hour to work on things in their community. I also have done things at Moorhead. So we've done teen nights where we work with police to do late night between 10 and midnight, working with police officers to engage people in after-hours activities that are positive. At Moorhead, we also had programs every Wednesday where we did all the programming around with police, and police did all the programming. So if kids wanted to play soccer, an officer would go there. So I think there's ways to connect the community, and I'll use all the resources that I currently have done and programs that I continue to do in the community.
Okay, Karen Mason from Centennial, Colorado has the next question.
Yeah, thank you. This summer, amid some of the worst air quality days, a majority of the city council declined to create a climate action committee, even when the proposal left the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee intact. Can you describe what kind of climate-forward policies you'd like to see developed in the city of Aurora? Mr. Scott, we'll start with you.
Okay, there's no doubt we had air quality issues. When we really study that, many of those came from other states. My grandpa and family live in California, and my brother has a very strong opinion on the fact that they came up with so many regulations on the environmental side of things, especially to save an owl. I'm all about environmental policies that are helpful and to protect and take care of the land that God has created. I'm all about that. But they created so many regulations that the forest fires were uncontrollable, were unclear. And so all of that forest, all of that fire, all of that smoke now gets transferred over into Utah and Colorado. So I'll say this. We need to take care of the land God has given us. I'm all for green energy, alternative energy, and exploring those things. But it seems like the more government gets involved, in my brother's opinion, straight from California, Northern California, where half of his city was burned down to the ground, the more regulation we have, the worse things get.
And what's your opinion? What would you like to see, if anything, done in the city of Aurora?
We have to have clean water. We have to have clean air. But a lot of times, whatever we do in the city of Aurora is really dictated by the state and federal level. And we can institute policies, but that's not going to keep us from having problems from California and Utah and the rest of Colorado. So my opinion is we have the strictest in Aurora and Colorado regulations in Aurora right now. So I'm not for more regulation. If anything, I think we're overregulated.
Would you support that committee?
What
Would you support
committee?
creating that climate action committee?
In place of the oil and gas?
No, just in addition to?
I think that is a very politically charged issue, and I would say I'm not against a study group for that, but it would really depend on how much power they had and how much control, and if there's anything binding with that. I'm all about commissions and citizens getting involved, so if they want to study something and present it to council, great. I'll listen to it, I'll read it, I'll consider it, and I'd love to hear their perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, can you speak a little bit about what kind of climate-forward policies you'd like to see?
Yes. Again, I'm also endorsed by Conservation Colorado because of the policies that I kind of want to do. I mean, I want to make sure that we have clean water and that we have clean air. I want to look at the opportunities that we can, continue to have parks and open spaces. Having come from pros department working on that, I want to make sure that we have places to go and recreate and make sure that they're free of, things in the environment that are not harmful to our children. So again, I want to work with the city to look at, what are the ways that the city is currently mitigating these things to transition to green energy. What are they doing? I would like to see, have we done studies on the fleet? We have a ton of vehicles that go out in the community, and what have we been doing to start to transition those over from oil and gas to more green energies? And also, as we're building out buildings and complexes, I want to look at what we're doing to help mitigate some of that as well. So thank you.
And would you support the Climate Action Committee?
Yes, I would support that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the next question from Marshall Zellinger from 9 News.
We've got the yes, no first, followed by the long answer. Mr. Medina, did you get the COVID-19 vaccine?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Given public health regulations right now, among other issues, should Aurora go back to the consideration of looking at a city and county to create one message for Aurora residents instead of perhaps 3 conflicting messages depending on which county you live in Aurora? Mr. Medina?
Yes, because there's a lot of confusion. I can tell you right now, I have a coalition of community members working in Northwest Aurora in immigrant and Hispanic populations currently, working on the fact that a lot of these individuals did not get information because of lack of opportunity. We got people in these communities that have no internet, have no access to a phone, so how do they get information? Tri-Counties tried it. We had to go in and mitigate with them and say, look, we know these communities. We know how to get the information out. We did a whole series on COVID to educate those communities. And as a result, and I did the trainings, helped with the trainings. We got people in there. Now Tri-County Health has paid and employed some of their staff at the Day Labor Center to go out in these communities and disseminate the information out to these communities so that they're well informed and get the information that they need to make the decisions they need to make. So yes, that's what I would do.
Mr. Scott?
First of all, my family had COVID back in November, my wife and kids, and for us, it's very minor, not even the worst sickness of our year. I will say I understand that COVID is very real and very serious. My dad was in the hospital for 12 days with it. My grandpa died last month at 95 years old of COVID. He had COVID. So I understand the significance of it, but I'm to the point where we can overregulate things. I'll say this. Quick, short answer, that's a county issue. I mean, we have very little, we encompass that. That'd be very expensive endeavor for us to do. And I would just say this, I'm for people getting, if they want to get a vaccine, go for it. They want to wear masks? Yes, please do. There's people that should isolate, and they should get vaccine, and they should get masks. For me, I followed the CDC guidelines. The CDC guidelines said if you've had COVID and you've had a positive test, you don't need to get the vaccine. And I've seen people, close friends, who have had COVID, got the vaccine, and had major ramifications out of it. So I think it should be a choice thing where my family can choose what's best for us.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver.
Thank you. Let's start with Mr. Medina. If elected, what can you do as a council person to address the trust gap between Aurora residents, especially minorities, and local law enforcement?
Well, there again, I currently sit on the board of the Welcome Center, which works with immigrant and refugee populations, and also with the Dayton Day Labor Center as well, which works with immigrants and refugees as well. And those communities certainly have interactions that are not always welcome. I've done programs working with the police to mitigate those. For example, in Northwest Aurora, we had a coalition working with the police to identify and help those communities because of language barriers. We created scenarios of what things needed to be done if a police officer stopped you in a car, you were driving a car. What would happen if you were walking on the street and you look suspicious? We had scenarios in their language, and we had little mock setups with that to educate people. And as a result of that, we had a coalition that would come together and talk about different communities simultaneously. We had simultaneously using headphones to be able to communicate with everybody so that everybody can see that they had similar problems or different problems. So again, there's issues and things that I can handle and things that I know have been done. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. If elected, what will you do as a council person to address the trust gap between Aurora residents, especially minorities, and local law enforcement?
I kind of answered part of that already, but I will readdress it. And I'm not naive to the fact that if you just have police officers coaching little league soccer or football or baseball teams, that's going to fix everything. I'm not naive to that. But I do think that's one of many things we can do to restore trust. I will say this. In talking with the police officers, they are concerned with the same thing. They don't want to encounter someone who doesn't trust them. And they want to restore that. Are there some that have struggled? Yes, but we've lost over 100 officers this year. It is a crisis for law enforcement. They are overworked, they're stressed, and they're belittled. They want trust. In fact, talking with one of them, they said, we would adore having more minorities on the police force. We need that. So I think as a city, we can do a better job of attracting that, and that would go some ways towards restoring trust in our police department.
Thank you both.
Thank you for your answers for the press questions. We'll be going back to them in a few minutes, but I'm going to ask you the next question, and it is, what actions would you propose as a council member to support local retail and small businesses in Aurora? Mr. Medina, would you answer that, please?
Again, I would like to do that. I'm currently in Northwest Aurora. I'm working on those projects right now, working with the current council member, Crystal Murillo, in Ward 1. We're working to look at working on cooperatives, providing opportunities, especially for those communities of color, and certainly immigrant and refugee populations. So we're working with city, we're working with private entities, and we're working with the local communities to be able to get the resources and have access to them. I'll utilize not just the city resources, but other agencies and foundations that I'm associated with to be able to get the things that people need to create opportunities for people in all sectors of our communities. So again, as somebody that's started business and currently has their own business, I'm a champion of that.
Mr. Scott, how would you answer that question?
In many ways, we need to get out of the way and let small businesses go. And by that, I mean, I just passed by a McDonald's that was hiring for $18 an hour. So, I mean, in many ways, the market drives that. I'll say this, if we are going to support small businesses, we should not institute a $23 or even $32 an hour minimum wage, because what that does is it kills small business, and it destroys every entry-level job, because what it does is kiosks and automated systems. My daughter is 14 years old. She's going to want a job here in 2 years. She doesn't need a living wage. She needs an entry-level job. And if we institute policies that are going to destroy it, it's going to affect youth. It's going to affect all the way up through. And so, yes, we need mid-level and upper-level jobs. We need education. We need training for those things. And we need opportunities for people to work up. But I think we need to get out of the way and let small business, if we have a business that's doing 25% capacity and we're instituting almost double the minimum wage, that's going to kill that business. It's going to kill every business, small business in Aurora.
Thank you for your answer. We're going to go back now to the media representatives, and we'll begin with Kara Mason from Centennial, Colorado.
Thank you. National issues always seem to trickle down to local government. We've seen the subject of election integrity in the news a lot since November 2020. So my question is, do you believe we have fair and free elections? And will you accept the outcome of this election? Mr. Medina, we'll start with you.
Yes, definitely. I'm totally in favor of what we currently have. We've had a good track record in the state of Colorado, and so I'm fully confident in that. As far as the voting, I'm certainly not going to contest that.
Thank you,
So.
Mr. Scott.
I will say, it always seems like the losing side complains the loudest. The dog that gets hit with the rock yelps the loudest. In 2016, we heard for 4 years, election integrity, election integrity. In 2020, now we've heard for the last year and a half, election integrity, election integrity. The losing side always complains. Okay, bottom line. As far as whether I would trust this election, yeah, of course. I will say this, it would be my duty, my responsibility if, and I would feel bad either way. If one of us had a major lead on election night, and then all of a sudden, one of us lost because they found major ballots after it closed, or after 3 weeks of recount, one of us lost by 1.1% of the vote, I'd say maybe we should explore this. Maybe there's something wrong with this. And I think that's just common sense. But as a basic level, yeah. Of course, I'm confident in our elections. And people need to get out and vote.
Thank you.
Okay, our next question is from Marshall Zellinger with 9 News.
Mr. Scott, you had referenced the number of officers who have left Aurora Police.
Yes, sir.
We've done a report that it's 150 since the beginning of 2020. Do you look at that as, Aurora standards must be way too high if they're leaving, or good riddance, you must have been part of the problem?
No, I think they've been belittled. I say in every industry, every job, whether it's journalism or pastoring or coaching or whatever it is, doctors, nurses, you have people that make bad choices and give a bad name to everybody. And so if you have that in an industry and then all of a sudden you have a bad teacher and you tell all teachers are bad because this bad teacher, or you have a bad pastor who is corrupt, all pastors are bad. And that has happened to our police force. And I'll say, yes, they need accountability. Yes, they even say that. We welcome more training, more education, more accountability. But we're constantly maligned for 18 straight months. Why would you want to stick around? I'm just saying, we need to restore that with accountability, and we need to back them up. And there has been policy changes made. Now let's restore it. And let's restore that trust in our community, and let's give some dignity back to our law enforcement.
Just a quick follow-up, like what does City Council need to do that?
I would say we need to publicly, instead of maligning and leading riots against them or whatever out loud, then we need to reinforce, hey, we care about and dignify our law enforcement. And one way we could do that is by giving them benefits that match. So they don't want to run to Denver. They don't want to run to, I know other states that are saying, hey, all of you law enforcement from major urban areas, come to us. We want you. I mean, we got to match those. And I think that's what it's going to take.
Mr. Medina, the original question is, do you see the disappearance of officers from Aurora Police as bad actors not wanting to get caught, or, man, we're just being too strict to these guys?
No, I certainly feel that, yes. I mean, I think when people have something to hide, they want to try to run. And I think, Chief Wilson's trying to clean up. She's trying to clean up a mess that she certainly inherited. And you can see that on a variety of different levels. And certainly people leave for a variety of reasons. Maybe they don't like what she's doing or implementing. Maybe they don't like the wages. But again, we've had a history here, and we've certainly heard from everything and the media is we've got a bad rep with our police force because of the way they handle individuals. Certainly black and brown communities are not feeling very safe in this community. And so we need to revamp and get things back on track so that we can work with them. And as I've related earlier, I've done working with the police. I've worked with them for many, many years. And the thing is, yes, there are some good police officers, but we need to clean house and get things right before we can move forward.
Does City Council need to do anything specifically to make that happen?
I think we need to be able to help the chief and certainly the department to have oversight and other opportunities that we can help them in any way to be able to keep retention of good police officers by looking at ways to get them online in a sense that we're not just hiring people to hire them to do this specific job, that we need to vet them in a way that they're community-led, that they understand the communities that they're serving first, as opposed to doing the other pieces.
Thank you both.
Our last press question will come from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver.
Let's start with Mr. Scott. As we know, Aurora is home to a lot of immigrants from different parts of the world. How do you plan on reaching out to minorities, specifically the Hispanic community, to include them in your policy decision-making?
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about Aurora, the diversity. When I was on Budget Committee, one of the things we studied was the diversity of Aurora. It is one of the most diverse cities in the country, and I love that about my kids. My daughter plays on a soccer team where she's the only one that speaks English as a primary language. And she said, I want to learn another language. Great. I love it. And, I've been actively involved in the Myanmar refugee community, working with the young people in the Myanmar, the Chin, the Lisu, the Kareni. I run a food bank where primarily we serve immigrants and refugees. I'm on board with that. Obviously, we want to support our immigrants, our refugees, and anything we can do to help that, great.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, some question?
Well, personally, as a product of immigrants from Mexico, both my grandparents on both sides of my family, I certainly understand that first and foremost, who came here in a journey to make a better life for themselves, and certainly I'm a product of that. Yes, like I said, I currently work with the Welcome Center, which works with immigrant and refugee populations. We're currently looking into and have put our stamp as an association to lift the BAR Act, to heal for Immigrant Foundation, and the Welcome Act. We're kind of proponents of that, to push that for the new refugees that will be coming from Afghanistan. So we're looking at ways to help those populations as they come into our community, and we want to make sure that we welcome them and give them the resources they need to survive and thrive in this community. And again, with the Day Labor Center, where I work with a lot of immigrant refugees populations, again, I'm on the ground working with those individuals daily.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, candidates, for answering those questions from the press. I now will ask you the final question. What unique skills or knowledge do you bring to council, and why should someone vote for you? And I'll begin with Mr. Scott.
I'm heavily invested in this community. I grew up here, I live here. If it was between me and Ruben, I think we both care about our community. The reality is, I think we would enjoy being each other's neighbors. But the reality is our future is what is at stake here. And I think there's certain policies and certain things that are going to be implemented that are going to really hurt the ability of families to thrive. I will say this, I like to work with others. Some of my closest friends are on both sides of the aisle at the extremes. And I can have a civil conversation. We can learn from each other, and I welcome that. And I can do that with civility and being nice about it. And because I want to live like Jesus, I want to love like Jesus, I want to lead like Jesus, and then he led by being a servant. And so I want to learn and serve my community like Jesus did.
Thank you. Mr. Medina.
Well, first and foremost, as a servant leader, I work in community every single day. I'm working on all these issues that we currently have discussed here today. I work collaboratively in the sense that I build leaders and lead by leading, stepping back. I'm committed to the communities that I'm in, not just here locally, but nationally and internationally. I work all over in communities to help them to understand the many gifts and talents and the abundance that communities have to offer ourselves. This cannot be done alone by myself. It's a collaboration of everyone. So I need everybody in this community to come up and assist me. And so I open my hands and be willing to sit with anybody to discuss anything and any issue, and I welcome anybody to work with me, to collaborate, to make the changes that they need in their communities, and by empowering them and utilizing their voice to work collectively to make the changes they need in their communities.
Thank you, candidates. This concludes the question and answer portion of this evening's forum. You will each now have the opportunity for a 90-second closing statement, and we will begin with Mr. Medina.
Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the moderators. Thank you all for the questions, and certainly everybody in the audience and any of our constituents as well. Again, my name is Ruben Medina. I am the Democratic candidate. I will be counting on your vote on November 2nd. I hope you have heard some of the many things I have done, and I will continue to work collaboratively with the community and all who want to join and make changes. Let us work together to get the job done, bring much needed change to our city. Please reach out if you're interested in canvassing, donating, or want to chat with me. My door is always open. Go to my website at Medina4Aurora.com. Thank you, and make sure to vote.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
Hi, my name is Jono. Thank you so much for those that have moderated and hosted tonight. This dialogue is both important and informative because it allows the community to make an educated decision when filling out ballots, and I thank you for that. He says he's a Democrat party. I don't serve a party, I serve the people. And I think that's why we have gotten into this problem in the first place, is because there are people who are more loyal to a party than to the people they're supposed to represent. I'm not a ruler, I'm a representative. My goal is by the time ballots go out, and I'm on pace to do this, is to hit every single door in Ward 3. Why? Not to impose something on them, but to learn how I can best represent the people in my community that I'm heavily invested in. I love this community, I'm invested in it, and I ask you to vote for me so that I can serve you as your Ward 3 City Council member. If we're gonna have leaders that are going to lead in a way that thrives, where families and every family in Aurora can thrive, we need to set the right pace for the future. Safety, economic development, transportation, those are the things we need to get back to. Those are the things we need to focus on. Those are the things we need to prioritize, not party politics from federal or state level. We need to actually care what's going on in Ward 3, and we need to present it, and we need to represent it, and we need to fight for it. That's the way our government was founded, for a community to say, hey, who can best represent our causes? That person, on a city, state, community, federal level. And I ask you to allow me to be that representative for you. Please vote for Jono Scott before November 2nd, jonoscott.com. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for your participation in tonight's forum, and a special thanks to our media representatives from Centennial, Colorado, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver for their participation. I would also like to thank Aurora TV for their coverage of this forum. We'd like to remind viewers that this forum, along with the other forums we're bringing, will be repeated on Aurora TV, Comcast channels 8 and 880 throughout the month of October up to Election Day, November 2nd, as Mr. Medina said. Additionally, the forums will be available for viewing on the web anytime at your convenience, auroratv.org. We encourage all voters to know the candidates, to know the issues, and to exercise their right to be heard by casting their vote. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to this 2021 Candidates Forum featuring candidates running for the Aurora City Council at large. I'm Kevin Hogan, President of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Our organization, along with the Aurora Women's Club, Sentinel Colorado, the League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas Counties, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver, are pleased to sponsor tonight's forum. There are many critical challenges facing Aurora, along with abundant opportunities. We believe these forums present the best opportunity for voters to listen to the candidates and to hear their different perspectives on a range of issues. Our hope is that informed voters will help make the best choice possible in selecting the men and women to sit on the Aurora City Council. The decisions City Council makes will affect our community for years to come. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this forum from the League of Women Voters, Vicki Harmon. Vicki?
Thank you, Kevin, for that introduction, and thank you for your willingness to be a candidate for the city of Aurora. This forum is just one of 4 that our organizations are sponsoring this election season. They all feature the candidates running for seats on the Aurora City Council. As Kevin mentioned, in this session, we are featuring the candidates running for Aurora City Council at large. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
At large. Okay. See, I got a smile out of you. Good. The format for tonight's forum will include questions that I will ask on behalf of all the sponsors, as well as questions directly from our media representatives, and they're sitting to my left. During this forum, those media representatives include Kara Mason, managing editor with Sentinel Colorado, Marshall Zellinger, political reporter with 9 News, and Sergio Ornelas, a multimedia journalist with Telemundo Denver. We know our media representatives have many insightful questions ready for our candidates this evening, and we thank them for joining us. And now it's time to meet our candidates. We did have 6 invited. 5 have arrived this evening. Hannah Bogale did not arrive this evening, so we hope that she is okay. So we'll start with Candace Bailey. You want to raise your hand there so we know who you are. Candace Bailey has called Aurora home since childhood, has served on several local and state boards and commissions, most recently Aurora's Community Police Task Force, which set out recommendations to improve police relations with local residents. She's also served on the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee, State of Colorado Child Welfare and Domestic Violence Task Force, and the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Ms. Bailey lives in Ward 4, where she runs a small business and raises her family. Our second candidate is Becky Hogan. Ms. Hogan serves as the chair of the Korean Committee Aurora Sister Cities International and sits on the city's Planning and Zoning Commission. She is a 19-year resident of Aurora, getting to know the ins and outs of city government while her husband, Steve Hogan, served as mayor. While having a background in economic development, Ms. Hogan has prioritized community service through food drives, multicultural events, and most recently managing COVID equity clinics. I'd like to talk to you about that later.
I can help you with that.
The next candidate is Danielle Jurinsky. She's an Aurora native and graduated from Overland High School. After graduation, she joined the Air Force and then served 9 years in the Air National Guard, spending most of her time in the military at Buckley Air Force Base. Ms. Jurinsky is also a real estate agent who owns 2 restaurants and bar businesses in Aurora, Steel Tips Bar and JJ's Place. She is currently a member of the city's Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. 2 restaurants I'll have to try. And then we have Mr. John Ronquillo. It's Mr. John Ronquillo. Am I saying it right?
Ronquillo.
Roquillo. I'll never get that right, I bet. Is an assistant professor of nonprofit and public management at CU Denver School of Public Affairs. He was previously a candidate in Aurora's State House District 40 Democratic primary. He sits on several civic boards, including the Colorado COVID-19 Eviction Defense Projects Advisory Council, the Board of Hispanic Community Organization Servicios de la Raza, and the Arapahoe County Foundation's Board of Directors, a fundraising arm of county government. Last but not least is Dustin Zervanik, who is a local business owner and consultant with roots in Colorado conservative political circles. He formerly worked in Mike Kaufman's congressional office with Americans for Prosperity and other political groups in Colorado. He currently sits on the city's Citizen Budget Advisory Committee. He lives in Southeast Aurora with his wife and 3 children who attend Cherry Creek schools. These are 5 candidates in attendance tonight, and there are 2 seats available at large. So before we begin with opening statements, I would like to let our candidates know exactly how the questions will proceed this evening. I will be asking some questions to all candidates on behalf of the sponsors, and candidates will each have 1 minute to respond. Candidates will also will be receiving questions from our media representatives, and once more, they each have 1 minute to respond. I would like to remind the candidates to pay close attention to our timekeepers to my right. And you can put those signs up. For the opening and closing statements and answers to all questions, they will signal when there are 30 seconds remaining, 15 seconds remaining, and then the stop sign, okay? We will now begin with 90-second opening statements from our candidates, starting with Ms. Bailey.
Excuse me, good evening. Sorry, my voice is going out. My allergies are great today. So thank you for having me. First of all, it is an honor to be here. As a citizen of Aurora for more than 3 decades, raising my children here, I have a nonprofit here. I have 2 for-profits in Aurora. Excuse me, my children go to, excuse me, sorry, my voice is.
Go ahead, take a glass of some water. Our timers will stop.
Sorry about that. So my children attend school at Rangeview High School, Columbia Middle School. They've gone to Yale Elementary. I've lived in the same home for more than a decade as an advocate in juvenile justice, healthcare, every range of advocacy you could think of. I've done just about that with both lived experience and working inside of both state and city government. It's very important that our next at-large candidate and council member has a wide range, is a systems expert, and understands what is happening when you touch one wheel, how it's affecting the next. Our community and citizens need someone who represents all people, not just the people who look like them. We need to be able to look at what happens in Ward 1 and Ward 6 and act equally. It is as important for every constituent in Ward 1 to have representation as it is in Ward 6. As an at-large council person, you have a wide range of constituents that you will be overseeing and hearing from. I have the background, the collaborative management skills, and I have the human nature that allows people to love me, even through hard conversation.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan.
Good evening. My name is Becky Hogan, and I am a 19-year resident of the city of Aurora. As was said in the bio, I fell in love with a man that you know as Mayor Stephen Hogan, and I fell in love with his family, who is the city of Aurora. I'm an economic development professional. I worked with cities and I've worked for cities. I've got 3 priorities right now for our city council. One is community safety. The second is transportation and economic development. And the third is restoring civility among our council. I believe in collaboration. I believe in working together between community, business, and government. My strengths are putting Aurora's needs before my own. I am asking that you consider me as your next city council member at large in the city of Aurora. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Jurinski.
Yes. My name is Danielle Jurinsky, and Aurora is my home. Aurora is really the only home I've ever known, as I'm a native to Aurora. I've lived in 5 of the 6 wards in Aurora, so I feel there's nobody that truly understands all parts of Aurora than I do. I served 9 years in the Air Force. 6 of those years I was a military police officer. It was mentioned that I own 2 bars and restaurants in Aurora, but it's 4 actually that I own total that span across the Denver metro area. 2 voids that I see on city council right now, 2 voices that aren't being heard, are those of police officers and those of small business owners in Aurora. I seek to represent the void for both of those voices. That's all, thank you.
Okay, did you run out of time? No, you have 90 seconds.
Oh, I'm okay.
Okay, you're okay. Okay. Mr. Ronquillo?
Sorry, I thought.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. John Ronquillo, and I am a proud Aurora resident. I love this community because for me, Aurora represents stability to my family. When we moved here the better part of a decade ago, it has provided the most stability that we've ever experienced as a family unit to my 2 young sons who also attend public schools in the Cherry Creek School District. Part of the reason that we love Aurora so much is it has given us an opportunity not merely to survive, but to actually thrive because of its great diversity and the opportunities that we have to build our home here. I'm running for City Council because I believe that we have an opportunity to turn a corner into our next great chapter where we can take opportunities to build up our energy and to have pride in our community. But also, with a city of our size, we need to have a vision. So I believe that it's an opportunity for us to be innovative, to be nimble, and to be responsive to the residents who also call Aurora home. As I mentioned, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm also a researcher. I am a college professor who has helped educate hundreds of public servants in Colorado and beyond, and now I'm ready to put my skills to the test. I want to be able to ensure that we are a community where people can feel safe in their homes, in their jobs, and in the community. Thank you.
And your opening statement, Mr. Zerzanik?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dustin Zavonik. What happens in Aurora matters to me because this is where I'm raising my family. I'm a small business owner. I'm the father to 3 school-aged kids. And growing up, I was raised by a single mom who struggled to make ends meet. That meant that we moved around a lot. In fact, before I was 18 years old, we had moved a dozen times. When my wife and I chose to make Aurora home, when we decided this was going to be the place that we would raise our 3 kids, it was the first place that felt like home, not just for today, but for tomorrow and the day after that. And the fact of the matter is, I'm worried about that future, about that tomorrow. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe Aurora has incredible potential. When you think about the assets that we have, the Anschutz Medical Campus, Buckley Space Force Base, and all of the undeveloped land around one of the 3 busiest airports in the country, our potential is limitless. But the fact of the matter is, that potential is in real jeopardy. Rising crime rates are making our families, our neighborhoods, our schools, and our businesses less safe. Misguided policies and priorities are hurting our family-owned small businesses, and constant political bickering has prevented meaningful solutions from moving forward. So whether you've called Aurora home your entire life, or you've moved here from across the state, across the country, even across the globe, you deserve better. And that's why I'm running for City Council. We have a chance this November to elect a new generation of leadership who will offer forward-thinking solutions to solve our greatest problems. So again, my name is Dustin Zavonik. I look forward to the conversation this evening, and I hope I can earn your vote.
Thank you for your opening statements. I then, as the moderator, am going to ask the first question of the evening. What actions would you propose as a council member to support local retail and small businesses in Aurora? And we'll start with Ms. Hogan.
That is a great question for me. Thank you very, very much. I am an economic development professional by background. So, by example, for the communities of Bennett, Louisville, Westminster, Wheat Ridge, I developed a program called a Facade Improvement Program. It offered small businesses in our community the ability to do matched grant funding in cooperation with their respective cities or towns to improve their facade. That was very, very successful for small business, and it helped the community as a whole develop a sense of community and visual attractiveness, and resulted in economic development growth.
Ms. Jurinski?
Yes, thank you. I think the first thing that I would do is look at where small businesses are maybe overregulated. It helps that I own 4 businesses that span different cities, so I know the differences, pressing issues that are put on business owners in Aurora versus our neighboring cities. I think also, too, I know I'm going to get asked this question, we make sure that we keep our minimum wage, not higher than our neighbors, to ensure that Aurora businesses are on an even playing field for prices and the ability to do business. I think also, too, we need to look at some things, making sure licenses, whether that's business license, sales tax license, liquor license, that they're going out in a timely manner for businesses, and that there's a good relationship with city staff.
Okay. Mr. Ron Quillo?
Good enough.
Okay, good.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. The city draws nearly 60% of its revenues from sales taxes, and I can't think of anything more empowering than the opportunity for someone to own a business, to create jobs, and to bring a lot of value to the community. And so I think we, as representatives of the city, owe it to the people who bring a lot of that vibrancy to reinvest in these small businesses. I think we have opportunities to make sure that we are supporting women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and our immigrant-owned businesses. 1 in 5 residents of the city of Aurora come from outside of the United States, and that brings a lot of robust activity. And so I think that we need to do the best that we can to make sure that we're supporting our small business owners and making sure that we are a business-friendly place.
Mr. Savanik?
Thank you for the question. This is one of those fundamental issues that city government, municipal government should focus on. And so I think there's really three things that we need to do to support small businesses and businesses in general in the city. One, we need to create an environment of certainty. We can't have a council that's telling small businesses what they can put on their menus or how much they need to pay their employees. We need to let small businesses determine that. The second thing is I've proposed the idea of having a red tape roundup that would essentially ask anybody who complies with rules, regulations, or processes in the city, what are those rules, regulations that you comply with here that are more punitive or that you don't comply with in other municipalities, so that we can make Aurora the most business-friendly city in the state. And the last thing is we need to ensure that our small businesses feel safe. John just mentioned all of the small businesses owned by first and second generation immigrants. Many of them are on the Havana Business District, and many of them have concerns about the homeless encampments and the public safety challenges that creates. We need to ensure that we're keeping those small, or we're protecting those small businesses. So certainty, getting regulations and red tape out of their way, and safety.
Okay. And Ms. Bailey?
Thank you. As a small business owner myself in the city of Aurora, I think that we need to continue to support the small business development through the Aurora Small Business Development Center. They have been key and strategic in helping many of our small businesses have not only a vision, a goal, a plan, and a way to get there. They offer funding and support services. We also need to think about decreasing the tax liability for our smaller businesses for the first 5 years. This is the time when most small businesses fail. We must support them. We are a bedroom city, which means we are raising families, and our small business is what's going to hold us together and keep us moving. Added support for filing for local and federal assistance programs for minority-owned, small-owned, and immigrant-owned businesses is fundamental in keeping our small business district alive, functioning, and thriving going forward.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I'll be back for other questions in a little bit, but now it's the media representative's turn to ask you questions. You'll have 1 minute to respond to their question. Our first one will come from Kara Mason from Centennial, Colorado's newspaper.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here this evening. One of the many things that we've learned during the pandemic is how important public transit is to our city's essential workers, which include the warehouses in Northeast Aurora and retail corridors on Colfax and Havana. What can the City Council do to encourage emphasis on public transit in those portions of the city? Mr. Ronquillo, let's start with you.
Sure. One of the things that I would certainly support, especially looking at the Colfax corridor, is ensuring that bus rapid transit takes place and that it does extend deep into Aurora. I know that this is something that RTD has been talking about for some time. It's something that I support. And I do think that as we're growing, especially sort of in those core areas, that we need to make sure that we're offering good and safe transportation options. And you mentioned, these frontline workers who have been put sort of in a position that can be very difficult, making them a somewhat vulnerable population because they do have that chance of exposure. I do think that they also need to make sure that they're protected. Transportation is still something that is a little scary to be involved in, public transportation, being in those enclosed spaces, but it does offer an opportunity and a necessity, in my opinion, to make sure that we have people who are safe getting from their A to B. But I would support deep connections with RTD and making sure that we provide as many options as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Jurinski?
Thank you for the question. I just want to say, though, right off the bat, that classifying workers being essential or not essential, I have a problem with. I believe that all workers are essential. So in my industry, something specific to my industry, bars and restaurants stay open until roughly 2 a.m. And one thing that I do know is I have to work diligently around some of my staff's schedule because they don't drive and they take public transportation. And currently, right now, the last bus picks up about 1 o'clock in certain stops in Aurora. And so I would really like to work with RTD to make some of those changes so that my essential staff has the ability to work more shifts.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan?
9 years ago, the city of Aurora lobbied heavily RTD for our R line to get it open, to get it functioning, to get it working, so we had alternatives to transportation for our Aurora residents and for our Aurora workers. We need to consistently do that with RTD, whether it's light rail or bus rapid transit, as well as work with our chamber, our advocates, our employers to encourage people to use buses, public transportation. It needs to be reliable, it needs to be consistent, and it needs to be affordable for those that are using it.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Hi, Kara. Thank you for the question. So it's very interesting. We need to so I grew up in Smoky Hill area, and we've never had an adequate busing or transit system ever in the city of Aurora. And I really dug in about 3 years ago with Director Chantel Lewis, and we started getting into increasing and expanding transit bus routes and increasing that partnership with RTD inside of the city of Aurora to figure out and look at alternative traffic models to lessen the impact on roads and commuters. We must increase access to riding public transit and decrease single passenger cars. That is the bulk of what is coming out of many of the wards. Single passenger vehicles, we must incentivize taking public transit and increase access.
Thank you. Mr. Zavanek?
Thanks for the question. Look, transportation is a critical issue, but frankly, we have a $20 million annual road maintenance deficit. We have a $40 million structural deficit. Before we talk about how we're going to expand, I'm all for RTD coming in and expanding their lines, but before the city invests dollars into public transportation or into additional public transportation, I want to see us make sure that we're funding our roads adequately, that we get rid of this annual road maintenance deficit that we've had and start to address the issues, because Aurora is going to continue to grow. We're going to try to bring more people here with more jobs and opportunity, and we need to make sure that we're prioritizing our transportation dollars to our roads before we start investing it into the sinkhole of public transportation.
Just a follow-up on that. So would you lobby RTD to, stop making cuts to the R line?
Would I lobby RTD to? Well, it would depend. So I'd want to see the data. I'm a data-driven person, so I'd want to know what is the ridership. I mean, are people actually riding these, these public transportation systems? I think that because of COVID, you might see an even greater suppression of the number of people who are going to actually ride buses and mass transit and want to be in in individual cars. So I'd want to see the data before I would start lobbying them to spend more money on something that's, again, not actually providing, a positive return on investment for the community.
Thank you.
Our next press question comes from Marshall Zellinger with 9 News.
I'm going to bounce around here to keep you on your toes and keep my mind fresh, so I'm not sure who I'm calling on first just yet. 150 officers have left Aurora Police since January 2020. The deputy police chief recently told one of my colleagues that staffing shortages are a critical problem for the department. So, what calls for service do you think police should no longer prioritize? And does Aurora Police need to lower its standards for new officers? Ms. Jurinsky.
Thank you. Well, first what comes to mind, and I've talked to several officers about this, calls for service that should stop going to police officers or bad parenting calls. I can't get my kid to do this. I can't get my kid. They're literally being called out because someone can't get their kid to go to bed. I think that's where we could utilize, a social worker, a counselor, something like that. That's definitely where I would like to see police officers not go on those types of calls anymore. And what was the second part of your question?
Does the police department need to lower its standards for new officers?
Lower their standards? Absolutely not.
So then I guess the quick follow-up while you still have time is how do you hire new officers that aren't interested in coming here?
Well, I think it starts by, first and foremost, having a council in a city that supports them. Second, I would like to look into better pay and better benefits for our Aurora Police Department.
Mr. Zvonek.
Sir, say the question again. The calls for service.
Calls for service should no longer be prioritized, and should Aurora Police, does it need to lower its standards for new officers?
So there's been a number of staff reports that have been done to look at how civil employees within the police department the functions that they should take over, and I think we need to go back and look at those because many of the recommendations haven't been implemented, and make sure that we're actually sending officers where they belong. In terms of, the second question was the...
Standards.
Standards. No, absolutely not. They should not be lowered.
So then what I asked Mr. Jurinsky is, what do you do then to hire new officers?
So we need to make sure that our police department is supported by council. We need to make sure that they're fully staffed, fully funded, and have access to the best available training. And I think that just having a council that's going to show that they're supportive of them will help to start to bring officers back to our department.
I'm making eye contact with Mr. Ronquillo.
You sure are. I think that we have an opportunity to really have the police focus on, some of the more serious issues and that some of the calls that maybe might be more mild domestic issues or issues that just need to be simply de-escalated. The city has launched the Aurora Mobile Response Team recently, which has been based on the CAHOOTS program out of Eugene, Oregon, which has been very successful for the past decade, similar to the STAR program in Denver that sends a paramedic, maybe a counselor to focus on, some issues that are not necessarily going to be violent or resulting in an arrest, but rather they can steer them to the resources that they need. I'm supportive of this program. I hope that the pilot yields good results and that we will see an ability to fully fund this program citywide. In terms of lowering the standards, absolutely not. Standards are something that is an equity issue across the board in terms of making sure that we train our officers to be the best that they can be and to keep us all safe.
I know you only got like 5 seconds, but is the only thing keeping officers from coming to Aurora is that City Council doesn't have a proclamation saying we love our officers?
No, it's not. In fact, I would want to I would like to codify an employee retention program that specifically focuses on our police and fire. The amount of money that we spend to train these officers and our fire personnel is a sunk cost when they decide to leave for other departments, and we can't afford that. We have to hire officers and fire personnel who will keep our city safe, and we need to pay them what they're worth and keep them here in Aurora.
Ms. Bailey, I know I asked a lot of questions there, but the first two still were what calls for service need to be deprioritized and the staffing issue.
Yeah, so in the city of Aurora, I've worked diligently with many organizations and many members of our Aurora City leadership. And what we found is that we must continue to uphold and execute the Office of Police Accountability, Transparency, and Transformation that was created out of the Police Oversight Committee. It's in our budget. It has not been established. This is going to help us in a million different ways in looking at the calls that officers are receiving, the way that things are being handled, and actually not be reacting to crime in a way, but preventing things from happening, reducing our police liability. We're looking at $17 million per suit. We have $10 million in liability insurance. They're sinking the ship. We have to have the CRT step in for mental health crises when they happen. We have to utilize the things that are in the community and redirect those dollars back to grassroots organizations.
I know you just ran out of time, but what call would you not prioritize anymore?
To send to the police, they're not mental health professionals. Stop overloading the police department with things that don't belong to them. That doesn't belong to an officer. It does not.
Ms. Hogan.
One more time your question, please. I know it's been asked several times.
No problem.
I just want to.
I know, I've probably asked like 7 by now. What calls for service should police no longer prioritize, and does the police department need to lower its standards to get new officers?
I think the calls for police are those that they are not necessary for a police officer and can be handled by a police partner. I'm a big advocate for the police, but I believe that they have to have the tools to be able to do their jobs. And if we can make, in essence, lessen a burden by giving somebody that has an expertise in a different area the call, then it lessens what they need to do.
And then standards for officers?
Standards for officers need to be kept at the priority and the quality that our citizens deserve.
And so then, again, how do you hire new officers that aren't interested in coming here?
I think we have to look at our pay and benefits for officers, make sure that that is competitive. I also think we need to make sure that our officers feel and know how valued they are in the city of Aurora.
I apologize, I didn't ask Ms. Bailey that last question. How do you hire officers that aren't interested in coming here?
I think that we have to ask two questions because I think there were two that were missed in that. So can you repeat the questions you've asked everyone to make sure that I'm...
Well, this would just be for 10 seconds. I asked those two questions, and then the last thing was, if you don't need to lower the standards, how do you hire officers that aren't interested in coming?
We should hire the standards. We've watched that fail miserably first. Second, we have to have an Office of Police Accountability, Transparency, and transformation in order to make sure that things are happening appropriately within our officers' lives every day.
Thank you for humoring all those questions.
Thank you.
Did everyone answer that question? Okay.
Yes.
Yep. The next one will come from Sergio Ornelas from Telemundo, Denver.
Good evening. So earlier this year, the Aurora City Council voted down on 2 measures that could potentially benefit the undocumented community. One of those ordinances would have limited cooperation between authorities and immigration officials, and the other one was regarding creating a legal defense fund for the immigrant community. Should this come up again, would you support any of these ordinances? Yes or no? And why? Let's start with you.
Ms. Bailey?
Ms. Bailey.
So yes, I would support both of those ordinances. I do believe that we have to stop criminalizing people. It's not illegal to be in our nation. We were founded on immigrants. We have to have a defense fund. If you don't speak a language, you don't understand what's happening, there has to be someone who steps in. It's what our country and nation are founded on. We must support all people in our community. I would indefinitely champion those things. My grandparents were immigrants from Slovenia and Germany. It is our duty and responsibility as American citizens to uphold that. I am the American dream. I came from immigrants. I will always support them and make sure that they are treated as human beings.
Ms. Hogan?
I'm going to ask you to repeat your question so it ensures that I can answer both, please.
Yes, no problem. So earlier this year, the Aurora City Council voted down on 2 measures that could potentially benefit the immigrant undocumented community. One of those would have limited cooperation between local authorities and ICE immigration officials, and the other one would have created a legal defense fund for the immigrant community. If they come up again this year, would you support any of these ordinances? Yes or no, and why?
I need to see what the changes are in those ordinances, because I do believe that there is a lane that municipalities need to stay in. And sometimes that lane works with other partners, but it doesn't cross it. There is a distinct line between the responsibility of an Aurora City Council member and the federal government that oversee detention facilities and or oversee immigration practices. Our job as City Council is to look to see how we can partner to make our community welcome to others, but within the laws of federal governance.
Thank you. Ms. Jurinsky?
Yes. You know, we just got done talking about what calls and what involvement Aurora police officers should or shouldn't have in certain things. I would not support either of those ordinances. I do not believe that the Aurora Police Department, should be trying to take on immigration and things like that. I think we should keep Aurora Police out of that. I also think with the Criminal Defense Fund, we're not just talking about immigrants being in the GO-ICE facility because they're immigrants. If you listen to the director of that ICE facility talk, as I did one night, I believe the percentage was 90%. 90% of the inmates in that facility, they're not in that facility because they're in this country illegally. They're in that facility because they've committed further crimes. And that's what they're awaiting their trials on. So I would absolutely not support either ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Ronquillo?
I would support both ordinances. First and foremost, I don't believe that the city of Aurora should be responsible for enforcing federal immigration laws. There's a reason that we have federalism in terms of our government at the national level, at the state level, and at the local level. We should focus on city issues. With regard to the Immigrant Defense Fund, our immigrant courts do not operate in the same manner that the typical courts do, our municipal courts, our state courts. And when these individuals are ensnared in that legal process, I do believe that they are entitled to the same defense that you or I would be entitled to in a court of law for those of us who are citizens, who are residents here permanently. And I believe that sometimes people get caught up in difficult situations that lead to those situations, but they need defense just as much as anybody else does when they are put through the legal system.
So the short answer is no, I wouldn't support either of them. I don't think it's the proper role of city government. And while I believe that if somebody needs a defense attorney, they should have the right to that. That's part of our process or in the United States. But there are nonprofits that do that. I don't believe it's the responsibility of the city government to provide those funds. And secondly, while John says that it's not up to the Aurora Police Department to enforce federal immigration law, it's also not up to the city of Aurora to just ignore the federal immigration laws that they choose not to. So I wouldn't support either of those.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for all your answers to the press questions. Next question will come from me as the moderator. Homelessness is a problem affecting many cities, including Aurora. What is your position on the homeless issue? And what can or should the city of Aurora do about it? And we'll start with Ms. Hogan.
Homelessness, I had the opportunity to hear a couple of the interviews before, so I knew this question would come. The challenge with homelessness, it's not a one-size-fits-all question. We have got to work short-term in finding places, safe places, for both those that are unhoused and those whose properties surround that. Secondly, we need long-term solutions to this because as the economy continues to decline, we are going to have an increase in homelessness. So one size does not fit all, looking at why people are homeless and what kind of helps there are. And those helps expand to the community, they expand to our faith groups, they expand to our residents. This is an issue for all of us, and all of us can be involved in the solution.
Ms. Jurinski?
I agree that it's not a one-size-fits-all issue with homelessness. I think that there's some variables here. Are we talking about the single mother who's down on her luck living in her car? Or are we talking about somebody who is choosing to be homeless? They want to be homeless. The thing with being homeless, the other night on the encampment on the Cherry Creek Dam Road, in Aurora, right there at Parker Road, it went up in flames. They were trying to keep warm. They started a fire. It went up in flames. So, they're not safe. The homeless people are not even safe right now. We need solutions. We need solutions for the homeless and for the homeowners, for the citizens of Aurora. This isn't something that we can just solve for the homeless. We need to solve it for the citizens of Aurora too, and the small business owners affected by homelessness.
Mr. Ron Quiol?
Homelessness is an insidious problem, and it's something where we need to act expeditiously. I drive along that road that Danielle referenced every day. I live in that area. I see it, and there are numerous issues around sanitation, public health, public safety that I think that we need to take into consideration. We need to realize that we're dealing with people's lives here. People who are homeless have a lot of different stories. There's not just one big blanket that you can throw over them and classify all of them under. We have people who do have skills who are homeless, who don't want to be homeless. We have, as Danielle mentioned, mothers. We have veterans. We have a lot of people out there from all walks of life who deserve to have their dignity restored. And a solution to that is putting them in homes. If you don't want to see garbage, put them in homes. If you don't want to see them using drugs, put them in homes. Give them the resources that they need. Provide them with counselors, social workers, people who can actually provide tangible and tactile solutions to make sure that we have safe, livable communities and that everybody can benefit from moving them into homes.
Okay, Mr. Zervanik?
Thank you. Look, the issue of homelessness is, for the city, we have to look at what the root causes are, right? And that first one is economic distress. Second one is that chronic addiction. And then the third one are the severe mental health issues. And I think that on the economic issues, the city should be in the position to try to create more jobs and opportunity to help people who've fallen on their luck. On the, people with chronic addiction, there's great programs out there, including here in Aurora, programs like Ready to Work, and we need to support them. This is really more of a county, state, and federal issue when you get into the people that have severe mental health issues. So I don't know that there's a single answer other than for the city, other than on that economic portion of it. But I think that this idea of giving everybody a house will fix homelessness. I think to believe that that's a solution, it doesn't address the root causes of it, and it would require a willing suspension of disbelief to think that that's actually going to solve the homeless problem.
Ms. Bailey?
Thank you for the question. Excuse me. Aurora has seen that the homeless sweeps that have taken place in Denver are not our solution. In Aurora, we have no permanent shelter, not for men, not for women, not for children. We need to have a permanent shelter for each men, women, and children. No one chooses to be homeless. I have been homeless. I did not choose that. No one chooses that. No one says, I want to be homeless this week. We have to stop playing games. You don't dress up as a homeless person. That is redundant and dehumanizing. We must make temporary locations like the ones that are coming up in churches that are willing to do these things. Partner with our community. They are willing. We need these pop-up shelters so that we can clean our community and make it safe for everyone. Get accessible resources that are non-invasive for mental wellness, physical wellness, and respect. We have to stop criminalizing poverty in the city of Aurora. That is another way that the Aurora Police Department is being mishandled and misused. They are writing tickets to houseless neighbors.
Okay, thank you for all your answers for that question on homelessness. We'll return now to the press, and our first question will come from Kara Mason, Sentinel, Colorado.
That's me, yep. While this is a nonpartisan race, we know that party politics play a role, and national issues do seem to trickle down to local government. We've seen the subject of election integrity a lot in the news since November 2020. Do you believe we have fair and free elections, and will you accept the outcome of this election? Mr. Zavonik, let's start with you.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'll accept the outcome of this election. And to suggest that the idea of election integrity is a 2020 issue it's just not true. I mean, we heard in 2016 that Russia stole the election, and back in my high school days, I think we heard the Supreme Court stole the election. So election integrity and those issues it seems like it's always around. But the bottom line is here in Colorado, it's the county clerk's responsibility to ensure we have fair and safe elections. And I'm confident that they're going to do their job, and the election results will be some that I will accept this year.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan.
I agree. I do believe that the state government also oversees our election process, and I believe that we have a very good election process. Is it perfect? No. There were mistakes made in the last election on how many people you could vote for. But I do believe that we have a very good election process, and I will accept the results of the election.
Thank you. Mr. Ronquillo.
Yes, I believe that our elections are free and fair. I believe that Colorado in particular leads the way with mail-in ballots, for example. We want to provide accessibility because it is a great opportunity to dig in and be part of the democratic process. It is a great way to exercise your voice and your vote. I believe that the county clerks do a good job for the most part. I believe that sometimes even when mistakes are made, they do their best to try and rectify that as quickly as possible. There are challenges, but there are ways beyond that. And the second part of your question, Carol, was?
Will you accept the outcome of the election?
Absolutely. Yes, I will absolutely accept the outcome of this election, for sure.
Thank you. Mr. Inskeep.
Yes, my answer is also yes to both. I do believe we have free and fair elections. I also agree that Colorado has, one of the best policies in place with the ballots, and I will accept the outcome of this election.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Thanks for the question, Kara. Yes, I do believe that Colorado has a great voting system. We have consistently picked up the ball when it looks like things are not going the way they're supposed to. Our county clerk has really been very proficient in even being clear with voters about what's happening and how those things are occurring. I did a tour with the clerk's office, and they're really proficient in their voting process and being fair, and I will accept everything that comes from this voting season, yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next question comes from Marshall Zellinger with 9 News.
This one is yes and no, and then I may divert to a completely separate question afterwards, but I've asked everybody else this question, so I need to ask you 5. Mr. Ronquillo, do you have the COVID-19 vaccine?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Zvonik?
I do.
Ms. Bailey?
I'll be done with the second dose tomorrow.
Ms. Hogan?
I have.
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to divert to a different question now. Same order, Mr. Ronquillo. What areas of Aurora government are overfunded, have too much money?
When I think about our most essential services, I think about police and fire. And if you were to look at the city budget, you would see that the police budget is twice that of our fire department. Both are entrusted with our safety. Both are very critical. We have to put our trust in both to keep us safe. They respond to different calls. But frankly, I would like to see our fire department funded a bit better. I do think that given the fact that most of the city's budget does go towards public safety is something that must be reexamined to ensure that the spending is something that we should be doing. There are a lot of problems with the police department in terms of things that you've previously mentioned in terms of the massive reduction in force, and that's something that is critical and something we have to rectify expeditiously. But I would have to start with the amounts that balloon in comparison to many of the other line items in the budget, and I would have to start with the largest, which is the police.
Thank you. Mr. Zvonik.
So, look, I sit on the Budget Committee, and this last year I had the opportunity to chair the Subcommittee on Transportation, and I think that one of the first things that we need to do is ensure that our annual road maintenance deficit is filled. And so what I've proposed is moving all of the revenue from the auto use and sales tax out of the general fund to the capital projects fund in order to ensure that our roads are funded on an annual basis. Now, the question I'm sure that you could ask is, well, what are you going to cut? And the answer to that is we've had a $40 million variance this year. We wouldn't need to cut. It would just be making a priority for transportation this year. So I think rather than saying what's overfunded, I think the better question is what's underfunded. I think that police and fire, both underfunded, and I think that our transportation system has been and continues to be grossly underfunded, and I'd want to see that changed immediately.
If you get elected, I'll come back in a year and ask you, how do you continue that funding then? Ms. Bailey.
Prioritization.
Can you repeat the question?
What areas of Aurora government have too much money, are overfunded?
So $60 million of our $368 million budget goes to public safety. We need to look at that. I am a firm component that we must strategize and utilize those dollars that are going into public safety much differently. We need to start tapping into those funds and figure out how are we redivesting money for true public safety, not to give to a contractor who is currently sinking our city fiscally, and we're asking for more money? I think not. Secondarily, Mr. Jovanik did come up with this brilliant idea in the Budget Oversight Committee about taking care of that deficit, that $20 million bag we're chasing every year. We better get on it. We have no infrastructure. We are growing. We are not shrinking. And so we must dig into that. The fund that Dustin did come up with, you're right. He is correct. It does create a way for us to pay for it. But you're right. We need to figure out how to keep that money. Where are we going to get this money from repetitively?
Ms. Hogan.
There are two ways that you can balance a budget. One is to increase your revenue. And I think that part of what we need to do in the city of Aurora is look for creative ways to support businesses to increase revenue here in our city, so that we're not talking about cuts. We're talking about what we can do to provide our residents, our citizens, with the services that they do deserve. If you were asking me what would I cut, I would cut some of the studies that we do. It appears that we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies, and there's studies that sit on a shelf and they don't tell us what we really need to know.
Ms. Jurinsky.
I also agree that I think the question really should be asked what areas are underfunded. And it's interesting to me to hear that public safety is overfunded. I have a hard time putting a price on the public safety of the citizens of Aurora. I definitely think police and fire are underfunded, and I would like to see that funded better. And as I also serve on the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee and was on this subcommittee for transportation with Dustin, and the plan to keep the funding for our roads is through the transportation sales and use taxes. So that's the plan. It's not one-time money that we're talking about throwing at fixing our roads. It's perpetual. It's these tax dollars that would go towards that.
Thank you all.
Have you all answered the question?
Yep.
Okay, then let's turn to the last question from the press. Sergio Ornelas is from Telemundo, Denver, and he will ask that question.
Yes. As we know, minorities play a vital role in Aurora's economy and its development. How do you plan on engaging with these communities to give them a voice in City Council? Let's start with Ms. Bailey.
I am these communities. I speak to these communities every day. I advocate for them in courtrooms, in doctor's office, in education settings. I am these communities. I am the voice of these communities. I walk out here. I didn't have to start door knocking to know my neighbors. I know my community. I speak to them. I work with them. I have a nonprofit that supports communities of color. It is what I do all day, every day. And so I employ people of color. That's what I do. There's not a thing that I won't do to make sure that their voice is heard. We also need to open the channels of communication and stop blocking our community's voice from being heard. When I appear on council, I will be, and I will make sure that our whole community is heard.
Ms. Hoy?
My love with the Latino community came with my love for Aurora as a family. They're an integral part of our community. We attend festivals, we praise them, we work to get general consulate here. We do a number of things, and it didn't start here with when I campaigned. It started a decade and a half ago. I'm very endeared to this community. They've been extremely supportive of me during this campaign, and I will tell you one of the most valuable things that this community, that the Latino community has done for me is pray for me. I'm never out there without protection because they have surrounded me with that kind of love and support.
Can you ask the question one more time?
Yes. Minorities play a vital role in Aurora's economy and development. How do you plan on engaging with these communities to give them a voice in City Council?
Great, thank you. I don't think I have to come up with a plan for that. I employ many minorities, and if there is a language barrier, I make sure that translations, can happen. I also work with a program in Aurora that hires felons. We all heard about these recent staffing shortages. No one in town. Restaurants started closing when we were told we could be open. They started closing again because they couldn't find staff, and so I work with a program that hires felons who cooked in prison, and nobody else in society will give them a chance. I will say, a lot of minorities have come out of that, and I am absolutely proud of my staff. I want to make sure I have jobs for the minority community.
Thank you. Mr. Ronquillo?
In my own profession, I research and teach around the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but I also have opportunities to be a practitioner in that area. And so I would want to make sure that that is something that in my role as a city council person would also be carried out. I believe we need to prioritize it. I think that Aurora is a microcosm of the world. It's a microcosm of the country, and the diversity that we have here is rich, it's brilliant, it's vibrant, and it's something that we can't only talk about. We have to be about it. We have to be involved in these communities. We recently just saw the first celebration of Colorado's Nigeria Day. Lots of communities that are establishing their presence and showing the community who they are, what they stand for, and learning about cultures. I think that beyond that, there are lots of other opportunities to really dig in on the equity issue and to make sure that we are continuing to promote these communities as vibrant assets to Aurora. And I would strive to make sure that we are being as inclusive as we possibly can, not only during city business, but just as a community champion.
Thank you.
Look, diversity is one of our strengths. Aurora is the most diverse city in Colorado. It's one of the most diverse cities in the country. And that diversity came here not because of some government program, right? It came here because people were looking for the same thing that we all are, which is opportunity. So I think to engage any of our minority communities, we need to show up and listen. And when I had the opportunity to go and listen to small business owners, many of them who are first and second generation immigrants, they're coming here to live the American dream. And what they wanted was to know that their businesses were going to be safe. They wanted to know that they were going to have a city council that wasn't going to make it tougher for them to pursue the American dream. So I think the way that we engage them is to continue to provide a city that offers opportunity, that's going to continue to attract people from across the globe. And I think that a big part of that from City Council is listening to their concerns, not assuming you know how they feel, but listening to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for answering all those questions from the press. However, I have one more from the sponsors, one more for you, and this is a good one. What unique skills or knowledge do you bring to council, and why should someone vote for you? And we'll begin with Ms. Jurinski.
Great. As I sit up here, I'm the only military veteran that sits up here. Buckley, now Space Force Base, is the largest employer in the city of Aurora. Last year, put $1.3 billion into Aurora's economy. I served 6 of my 9 years in the Air Force at Buckley. I understand the missions, I understand the units, the operations. I have that knowledge. I also am a single mother. I understand, what that's, I have that skill of being a single mother. I'm an employer. I'm a job creator in Aurora. I sign both sides of a paycheck. I manage multiple budgets, multiple payrolls, and I think that that's very important in a council person.
Mr. Ronquillo?
Could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Sure. What unique skills or knowledge do you bring to council, and why should someone vote for you?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you repeating that.
No
I think for me, it's a blend of lived experiences and professional experience. I think throughout the course of my life, I was raised by 2 amazing blue-collar parents who didn't have the opportunities that I had in terms of education. I've been down on my luck before. I've received government benefits when times were tough and was able to support myself through all of my education. But I believe it is that education paired with that lived experience and just my own personal grit and tenacity that would make me a good council member. I love people. I want to meet people where they are. I think that people deserve a good government where people can represent them, where they're going to feel heard. And I think that a lot of my professional experience as a researcher, as a scholar, as somebody who's produced peer-reviewed research, I'm pretty good at thinking on my own. So I'm not going to be beholden to a party. I'm not here to kick back with my proverbial party friends. I'm here to dig in and have difficult conversations. And my experience in working with a lot of community organizations, serving on boards, with big fiduciary responsibilities, managing multi-million-dollar budgets, I think I'm somebody that can bring a lot to the table.
Okay. Mr. Zvonik?
Yeah, look, this is a role on city council where you kind of wear 2 hats. One is it's like being on a board of directors. You have to set a vision, and I think that's one of the unique roles of the at-large seats is that you can help set a vision for the city, and I think that the experience I have in business will allow me to help set that vision for the city, but it's also a public policy job, and I'm the only candidate that has experience in public policy at all 3 levels of government. I've worked in Congress, I've worked for the state legislature, and I'm currently on the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee, and I think it's that unique blend of experience that will allow me to help cast a vision and craft the solutions needed to address some of our biggest challenges. And why people should vote is it just comes down to priorities. And I think that right now, when you look at what the challenges and the opportunities are in front of us in Aurora, we need to have a safe community, we need to be more open for business, and we need to make sure that we're doing the things that municipal governments ought to be doing, like fixing our roads. And so I think it's for those reasons, with my experience and my priorities, is why people should consider me for this at-large race.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Thank you for the question. So the skills that I bring to the table are plenty en masse. So in my first life, I call it, I was a mortgage broker. I worked in the vision of finance for a very long time. I had children. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. I was a single mother for a very long time. If you just look at what my life has been, I am the American dream. I will teach you civic engagement simply by watching what I have done in my life. I've made mistakes and I have changed. I have done all of the things to become a productive, loving, wonderful citizen in our community. Not only am I a voting member at state level boards and committees, I am at the local level. I do the work. I write policy with legislators, with senators. I travel around the nation. I advocate around this nation for the things that really matter. The skills that I have are that my feet are always on the ground. I'm always with the people, listening to what their needs are, the things that are important in their life. I'm a systems expert not only because I have the education, but also because I have the lived experience that brings rubber to concrete, and that's needed in the city of Aurora.
Ms. Hogan?
I love this city. I love this city with all of my heart, and this city has loved me back. Of the members of the candidates up here who are all wonderful people, I clearly have the most experience. I have worked for cities. I have worked with cities. I have the shortest learning curve. I know the difference between a resolution and an ordinance. I know what our job as council members can do and what we cannot do. I have that breadth of experience. This is not a stepping stone to me. This is what I wish to do. It's all out there, it's all on the floor, and it's because of my dedication and love for this city and their love for me that it is my desire to serve.
Thank you all. Thank you for candidates, and this concludes the question and answer portion of this evening's forum, and you're saying, phew, you will each have the opportunity for a 90-second closing statement. We'll begin with Mr. Ronquillo.
Thank you very much. Aurora is my home. I love Aurora. But at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that we are a big city with big city issues, and these are issues that we can confront with big city vision. I believe that there is so much tremendous potential in this city. Yes, we do have some serious growing pains that we need to get through, some serious issues that we need to get through, and I'm ready to help the city bear down and have those tough conversations. But we have these challenges that will require leadership, and it will require a lot of patience and a lot of collaboration. I'm here to collaborate. I'm here to work with whoever I have the opportunity to serve with. Regardless of your party, regardless of your background. We are all here because we care about Aurora. We love Aurora, and it's time for us to have some pride in this community and to move the city forward to where it needs to be. So many of our needs are outpacing our ability to respond to them. So this election is critical. It's critical to elect people who are going to be here and have a steady hand to help guide the city into the future. Again, I believe in collaboration, and I believe in coming together for the good of the city. I'm ready to take on these challenges. Again, my name is John Ronquillo. You can learn more about me at my website. It's www.johnronquillo.com. Hopefully it's spelled correctly on the Chiron. I hope that you'll take a look at me. I hope I'm somebody you can get behind. Let's do this together. It's a team effort. I might be one person in the system, but I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to work for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Zvonek.
Thank you. In less than 2 weeks, all of you will start to receive your mail-in ballots for this November's election. And you're going to have an important decision to make about the direction of our city and our future. I believe that my combination of experience, both in business and in public policy, will allow me to be a thoughtful leader in bringing forward the solutions to many of the challenges that face our community. I believe that Aurora can and should be the safest big city in America. But in order to do that, we have to have a council that will prioritize and stop politicizing public safety. I believe that Aurora can be the most job-friendly city in the state. But to do that, we have to have a city council that will work with and stop pushing against our family-owned small businesses. I believe that Aurora can be the most family-friendly city in the state of Colorado. But together, we have to work on this to find solutions that will actually address these challenges so that we can be safe and be open for business. To do that, we have to start with more common sense and less political grandstanding. Now look, in the coming weeks, you're going to have this choice. And I hope that we can work together to bring solutions to these challenges we face. Again, my name is Dustin Zvonek, and my last name, starting with Z, is going to put me at the bottom of your ballot. And I hope that over the next 2 weeks that I can earn your trust and your vote so that together we can make sure that Aurora is the safest city in America and the most job-friendly city in our state. So thank you all for tuning in this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you again for this evening. I look forward to representing our city on City Council as the at-large representative. We have so many issues in our city that need to be tackled. We have to have someone with proven leadership. I've been a leader in Aurora. I'm known. People know exactly who I am. They don't have to guess, and you don't have to run down your ballot. You know who I am. You know what I stand on. You know that I fight for the citizens of the city of Aurora with every breath that I take. I am the vote that makes the change, that shows the character, the ethnicity, the cultures inside of this community that are rich, that are thriving and growing, that need our support, that need us to dig in like real Americans who built this nation on our backs and get up and stand up for the American dream. I promise you, City of Aurora, I have been dedicated to the things that will change your lives, and I will continue to show up for you in every way, shape, and form. Thank you for at least giving me the opportunity to be more than just one-dimensional, but to be three-dimensional, and to show you that I do the work that matters. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan?
Thank you to my moderators, or our moderators, and our media hosts this evening for the time that you're taking to put this together. Divisions and attacks in our city have only produced divisiveness, and it is time to stop and put our city first. And that is my plan to do for the city of Aurora. Aurora is a diverse melting pot, differing with needs and goals. I will work with the needs of my community, my Aurora family, on policies to attract jobs, to retain jobs, and to build our city. I bring skills that will enhance the entire city council. They are skills with some of our departing council that will be missed, and I have that. I've got that background. I'm currently a community volunteer. I'm a planning commissioner. I serve as the chair of Aurora Sister Cities Korea Community. If I am elected, which I pray that I will be the first Asian ever to serve on Aurora City Council. And that would be a huge honor for me and for my city. There's information about me at www.Hogan for one Aurora, all spelled out. I would encourage you to look at that, but tonight and forward, I ask for your vote for me as Aurora City Council at large.
Thank you. Ms. Jurenski?
Thank you. I also would like to thank everybody here tonight and the moderators. I want to also thank everybody at home who stayed up this late to watch the at-large race. So thank you for that. Aurora is my home. It's, like I said, it's the only home I've ever known. I've watched Aurora go from fields and cactuses to, being developed into this beautiful city it is, the third largest city in the state. I think it's time for council people to be elected that will make sure that local politics stay a priority and won't come in and try to push a national agenda, which is exactly what we've seen for the past 2 years. I think it's time for our law enforcement, for our police officers to have a voice. I hope to be that voice for them. I think it's time for small business owners to have a voice. I'm one of them. I want to be that voice for us. I love Aurora. I see a future that's bright. I see, opportunity for growth, for development. I didn't talk too much about my upbringing tonight, but I can tell you that Aurora is absolutely filled with opportunity. And for someone like myself, and for my childhood and my upbringing in Aurora, I love Aurora. I love Aurora. I'm ready to stand up for everybody in Aurora, and I feel like I am the candidate that absolutely can do that and can represent everybody in Aurora. And I may not have the background writing legislation or being married to a mayor, but I have passion and I have heart. I love my city. I love my hometown. I'm ready to be Aurora's hometown hero. My name is Danielle Jurenski. My website is Danielle for Aurora. That's F-O-R, DanielleForAurora.com. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for participating in this forum tonight. Very informative. And we want to have a special thanks to our media representatives, Sentinel Colorado, 9 News, and Telemundo Denver for their participation. I would also like to thank Aurora TV for their coverage of this forum. We'd like to remind viewers that this forum, along with the other forums we're bringing, will be repeated on Aurora TV, Comcast Channels 8 and 880 throughout the month of October up to Election Day, which is November 2nd. Additionally, the forums will be available for viewing on the web anytime at your convenience at auroratv.org. We encourage all voters to know the candidates, to know the issues, and to exercise their right to be heard by casting their vote. Thank you and good night.